There is a world where there is no chance, where each movement is thought out, calculated. A world where 43 quintillion starting points all lead to the very same position. For years, I have studied in details all the champions that history has known. Step by step, I have analyzed all their techniques in search of a still unknown formula. Day after day, I was solving dozens of cubes tirelessly, and with each resolution, I've unknowingly approached a mystery never discovered before. After hundreds of tests, the obvious became clear to me. The secret was right there, before my eyes. I just needed to take the problem backwards. Starting from a solved cube and applying a simple and fast method to arrive to any position selected by a spectator. Today, it's time for me to share this secret with you.
Hello, my name is Henri Beaumont. I'm the creator of the Hcube. I'm very pleased to be here and thank you very much for purchasing this project. I don't know if you already know my work, but I'm the creator from the Hpad, the H-Wallet, the Signature Wallet, and I put a lot of effort in the creation of my product, so I hope you will enjoy this new project around the Rubik's Cube magic. My idea was to develop something that can be accessible to anybody that want to perform Rubik's Cube magic. You don't need to know how to solve a cube, even though it's better to learn how to solve a cube when you perform Rubik's Cube magic. In this subject, in this effect, you just have to know how to do 6 moves, and you don't have to use any memory work. Everything is under your nose all the time. So hope you will enjoy Hcube and see you in the explanation. So welcome in the explanation part of the Hcube. Here is the, first of all, what was my inspiration around Hcube and why I created this project. I first discovered the Rubik's Cube magic thanks to Daryl and his Enchanted Cube. When I was a child, he was lecturing in France, in Lyon, where I grew up, and he performed his Enchanted Cube. And at that moment in time, I thought it was a great effect, but I didn't want to use cube magic because I didn't know how it worked. To solve a cube, I was afraid by this little object, and I also thought that using Gimmick, it was too complicated for me to get rid of it after the effect. But it was for me a great effect. And a few years later, I discovered Inside the Mind of Garrett Thomas series. I discovered his routine in which he was using an Gimmick cube, and I was overwhelmed by the effect he did. But it seems to me that it was very complicated to achieve because it looks so fluid in his hand. I thought it would be too complicated for me. What triggers for me the possibility to dive into this kind of magic was the project from Stephen Brundage, Cube 3, and from that moment on I started to learn how to solve a cube with a specific methodology, because I don't use in my approach the letters and the algorithm. I try, because I also work in the memory field, I use things to remember things differently, but I started to learn how to solve a Rubik's Cube, and then I also developed the love for that project and the Rubik's Cube magic. And thanks to many other creators, I dived into all the creation from Gregory Wilson, Karl Hein, Axel Eclos, Michael Murray, Takami Zuzui, Jean-Baptiste Dumas, Henri Arius, Kieran Johnson, Alfonso Catacutan Abejuela, and also more recently the refractor project from KFJ and Colin Klaus. All these elements gave me inspiration to create Hcube and to develop this project. I hope you will enjoy it, and let's see more detail about this new project. So why Hcube? When I started performing Rubik's Cube magic, I was performing it in restaurant, and when I was in restaurant, I started to build my own routine, and it mixed the cube card from KFG that I loved a lot, and the first of all the Rubik's Dream from Henri Arius, and then I changed it to use the Easy Cube from Axel Eclau, and it was a routine that I love very much. But when my friend and producer Marchand Truc and also Mindbox asked me to try to develop something around the Rubik's Cube, I wanted to have something that enables me not to have any gimmick, and except of the book test that you will discover, or you already have discovered, unless you just have to have this book test and the Rubik's Cube. I didn't want it to have extra gimmick. Furthermore, I wanted to have something that goes somewhere else, because most of the time when you're using Rubik's Cube magic and you make instant solving and things like that, people may want to take the cube, shuffle it, and have you solve it the same way that you were doing when you were mixing the cube. And I tried to have something that was we're going somewhere else. I was not a professional in solving the cube, but a professional in mixing the cube. So it was another standpoint, and in this approach, people does not want to have you solve the cube, because all the purpose and all the pattern around this is that you are mixing the cube. So it prevents me from having the cube being the spectator wanting to shuffle the cube to make sure that what I was telling them I was able to do was true. And what was the more consistent to me when I created this was to create something that every person that were learning Rubik's Cube should have, is a manual around Rubik's Cube. And in this manual, the idea of this manual is to show different configuration of Rubik's Cube that professional cuber have faced and that I've solved. And because the record of Rubik's Cube is around 5 seconds, I have to put something in this book that was between 5 and 10 seconds. And the idea was to say, because the research I did around the Rubik's Cube was the fact that almost every configuration of the cube can be solved around 20 moves, have a book like case study in which you see configuration that should be learned, to be able to recognize them when you have a cube in your hand, and to be able to learn algorithm that will help you increase the resolving speed. So this was the idea around the Hcube. And now, thanks to this, you can go performing magic in close-up just with a cube and this book without having any gimmick. Or you will discover also that you can do something else with gimmicks that we'll discuss further in this explanation. But it was my idea to create Hcube. So, Philly, I just want to share a little experience I've had last year. I was at the library, and there was a guy on the other side of the room, and he was looking at this strange book, and with all the Rubik's Cube, I can see what he was doing, but I didn't really understand what he was doing. He was turning the side of his cubes and trying to figure out, I think, to resolve the cube. But at one moment, he get up, he put the cube on the table, and he left. And so I was wondering what he was doing. So I came close to the book, and I took it and I had a look. As I understood, this is something about different configuration of the cube, and the more you recognize configuration of a cube, the more you can resolve it quickly. So as I understand, on this book you've got several configuration, and as you can see, this guy resolved the cube in 16 moves, 6.06 seconds, and doing this algorithm, he came from a shuffle cube to resolve the cube. And the algorithm, it's a little complicated, but there are letters U, D, R, L that explain the rotation of the faces of the cube. So at that moment, I don't really like Rubik's Cube at that moment. I was just wondering how people can invest that much time into the resolution of a cube. So I started wondering if there was not something else. And I thought that maybe if the Rubik's Cube wasn't some kind of a metaphor of what we feel in the world. I explain myself. We have several emotions, joy, anger, sadness, and maybe because there are colors on the cube, I thought that people were doing so much, were putting so much info in the Rubik's Cube because it was some kind of prolongation of who they are. And for example, there are the red for anger or for love, the blue for fear, for example, maybe the yellow for joy. And maybe I thought that because you can shuffle the cube, the shuffle of a cube could be the representation of what you feel. This is what was interesting me, what interested me. So I started trying to make research about these people, understand the way they may feel because of the moment they were in, the time they made when they were resolving the cube. And as I told you, I'm far better at mixing than at resolving. And I didn't want to learn how to resolve, but to learn how they feel, these people. It was some kind of long explanation, but you may understand what I mean in a few seconds. Just have a look. For example, if you shuffle the cube like this, what I was wondering, if maybe, open the book wherever you want, if, for example, the configuration that are in the cube, for example, Fernando Vinero, it just imagine that the configuration of Fernando Vinero was right here in front of us, because this is the same config. I told you this book. When you learn the configuration in this book, you may be able to solve many cubes. But as I told you, what I learned is not how to solve the cube, but how many things about these people. Just have a look. It's completely useless, but I think it may lead us somewhere. Just tell me the name of anybody in the book, for example.
Flora Dickman.
Flora Dickman. Is she from Belgium, Flora Dickman? No, maybe from Germany.
Yes.
Yeah, Germany. Flora Dickman, I think she was pretty happy the day she made the resolution, because I think she did it in 16 moves and maybe 6 seconds, 0.06. No? Yes. Maybe go +1 or -1 on the pages. Who do you have in front of you?
Benjamin Lombard.
Benjamin Lombard. He's a French guy. Benjamin Lombard, he was pretty upset because he wanted to be below the 6 seconds, and he did it in I think 8 seconds, 8 second 80.
Yes.
And it was in 18 moves. And I think if you have a look to the algorithm he had, I think it was made. He did FUF, FLD, FF. No, LLF, FUL, ULL. How many letters are left? 2, 3, FDF. Is that it?
Yeah.
It's completely useless. But as I told you, this is not the most important thing. What's important is to be able to know if you can feel something when you take a Rubik's Cube in your hand. If you can feel differently. So we'll just try a quick experiment to see if you can feel an emotion that is linked to a color. So tell me stop whenever you want.
Stop.
Here, just put the bookmark in the book. Okay, so there is a little cube somewhere in the book with 3 colors on it. One on the left, one on the right, and one on the top. Just, do you prefer the one on the left, on the right, on the top?
On the left.
On the left. Okay, so just have a look to the color that is on the left. Okay, and can you link an emotion to it? Okay. Okay, it's something that is more or less dark. I think it's not that funny. It's not sadness, but it seems to be something that you want to run away. Isn't it fear? Yeah, it's fear. You've got, okay. Okay, I think we start to be connected. Let's go somewhere else. You will go a little bit further in the connection with the cuber. You just have a look to the configuration you've got here. Okay, and you will have a look once again and just try to connect with the country where it's from, with the maybe the feeling you may have at that moment. Okay? Okay, just have a look at me. Okay. Okay. No, I think this is okay like this. No, that's okay. It seems that you are very at ease in this country. You know this country, I think, pretty well, because it felt to me that it was really close. Was it France?
Yes.
It was France. Okay, and I'm 18 moves from the resolution in that configuration. Does it rings any bell? Just have a look. 18 moves?
Yes.
Okay, from France?
Yeah.
Does it look like anything you may know on the pages? Yes, on the other side?
Yes.
The question that exists that remains, are we 18 moves far from the resolution? We do not know, but maybe you can trust me, but we can try. We can try. 18 moves. Okay, I told you I'm not the best at resolution, but I remember the moves that exist. So it was 18 moves. I will try to do so. A French guy, 18 moves. Okay, let's try. It's complicated. It's complicated. Let's try. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. I never lie. Thank you very much. You see, when you try to connect with people differently, you can go somewhere else. Thank you very much. So now let's discuss what is Hcube. Hcube is a book, as I told you, in which there are several information that are presented on the pages. And at the beginning of the book, there are some elements around the cube history and the moves and the letter around the moves that you can do with the cube, so that you can show this to a spectator, and it enables you to explain people what this book is all about if it's needed. But let's go in more fundamentals about the book, because there are things on which the book, all the structure of the book lies. First of all, the orientation. A Rubik's Cube cannot be seen you cannot see more than 3 faces of a cube when you look at it from your standpoint. So if you were looking at a cube and you're looking at your cube, you may see something like this. And when you look at the cube from this standpoint, there are 2 things that you need to understand and to know if you're not used to using Rubik's Cube, is that First of all, the center never move. The center pieces never move on the Rubik's Cube. So if we have a closer look to what it looks like when you've got a Rubik's Cube, you see that even though you're moving different side of the cube, the center pieces never move. So this is something important from when you start using a Rubik's Cube. Then, there's something else that you will understand is that the center pieces never move, but also from a specific standpoint, the orientation of the cube can be defined by two center pieces of the cube. Which means, if we go again in more detail, if you look at the cube like this, when you say green, orange, this defines an orientation of the cube, and the third color of the center pieces will be white. And if you go like this, and you say green, yellow, the last color of the face you may see would be orange, and this will always be orange, because these two faces makes you have the orange on the right side. So from a specific standpoint, just knowing two colors that you read in a specific convention, in a conventional reading orientation, make you know what is the third color and what is how you have to hold the cube. So once you know that, you will understand that in Hcube we will have a convention in the way we are looking at the cube. So from your standpoint, when you're holding the cube like this, we will watch at the cube from, as I told you, left to right. This will be our convention. We'll say that this is blue, red cube. We'll name this orientation blue, red. And even though the cube is mixed, this is the same because the center pieces never move. You know that in the Rubik's Cube, there are, even if it's all completely shuffled or in a specific configuration, the center pieces never move. So this orientation would be red, yellow. So this is something you have to understand before you start using Hcube, because many things in this project is based on this idea. Now, there's another thing that you have to remember, not really remember, but to understand, that all the moves that you do with the Rubik's Cube are linked to a letter. This is how algorithms are made. And the way algorithms are made are around U, D, L, R, F, B. This letter refers to the position of the side of the cube. U is for up, D is for down, L is for left, right, R is for right, F is for front, and B is for back. And this letter means the way you are turning the side of the cube. This is what you learn when you start learning the Rubik's Cube magic, because you learn algorithm to make the configuration you want. I don't use this in Hcube, but this is something we are using in the Revelation. You act as if you were telling the algorithm, but this is not exactly what you're doing. You will discover how sneaky it is to get this information. Now you understand this. You've got almost everything about the structure of the book, because we've discussed the fundamentals that will help you discover all the structure that are on the pages, the orientation and the letters that exist. Now let's go in more detail to look at the book. So now let's have a closer look to what the book looks like. On the book, there is a specific structure you may have already seen. At the beginning, there are some elements that are written to talk about what the Rubik's Cube is, a little about its history, and the purpose of the book. Then all the pages look the same, and in the end, you have a table of contents. Just before we look at the pages, I just want to explain to you what is the structure exactly. So the structure is based on specific things. If we have a closer look, you've got a 6-move algorithm that is made from a specific starting point. And this 6-move algorithm that is made from a specific starting point is shown under several orientation. So if we go back to what I'm telling you, this means that you just imagine you've got a Rubik's Cube that is shuffled. The Rubik's Cube is shuffled with a 6-move algorithm, and this 6-move algorithm is shown like this with the configuration that should go like this, and there is on the other next to it this configuration from one standpoint. So this helps you create 12 couple of possible pictures. You can show this Rubik's Cube from a specific standpoint. You can show this if you orientated in all the possible orientation 12 times. Then, if I want to increase the number of possible pages, I just inverted the position of the cube on the pages. So we go to 24 possible pictures. Then I decided to increase even more the number of possibilities to do this 6-move algorithm from another starting point. So on the left pages, the algorithm is done, the 6-move algorithm is done from one specific starting point, and we'll discuss this later. And on the opposite pages, the 6-move algorithm is made from another starting point. So this is the same moves, but they are done from another starting point. So we go from now 24 possibilities to 48 possibilities because we multiplied this by 2. Then I chose to repeat those 48 pages another time in the book. So we go to 96 possibilities. And this is the structure of the Hcube. So now why I choose 2 different standpoints? My idea was to be able, if you look at the structure of the book, my idea was for the spectator, when the spectator holds the book in his hand, that he does not recognize the pattern in the different cube, because the way it was made, even though there are similarities, and it could be understandable because those sometimes the cube can look alike. This is not exactly the same combination on the pages that are one face to the other. So on the left pages and on the right pages, when the spectator opens a book, he cannot recognize the configuration and think this is another orientation, because there are things that do not match. So this was the idea of having this algorithm starting from 2 different starting points. And now, once you know that, you are able to, if you go in more detail about the structure of the book, at the top of each page you've got the the championship or the competition, I would say, in which the person was doing the Rubik's Cube. Then you've got its name, then the country is from, or she is from, the mixed Rubik's Cube, then the number of moves that were done to solve the Rubik's Cube that were mixed in the time that it was solved doing this algorithm. So if we go in further detail, what does that mean? Is that this person was facing this cube in the competition he was in, and this person comes from the United States of America. With this cube in this configuration, he has to take the cube with that orientation. So now you can link to the previous things I told you about the orientation and the way you look at the cube. To take the cube from that, in that orientation, to do 14 moves in 4.88 seconds. And while doing this algorithm, he was able to solve the Rubik's Cube. So this is the idea of the structure of the pages. And all these elements can be revealed. You can reveal the country, you can reveal the matching the configuration of the cube. You can reveal a color that is on the orientation. You can tell the number of moves, you can tell the time, and you can reveal all the letters that are here without any memory work. Just a little spoiler alert, I want to tell you what's on the pages 40 and 41 do not respect the same structure. So be careful. These pages are made for you to do another trick that can be done on stage, that can be done without cube. This is called Cubeless. This page is marked. Those pages are marked, so you can identify them. I just want to make sure that if you start performing Hcube without looking at the Cubeless effect, be careful not to do to try to do the classical effect with Hcube. With these pages, you may have some problem. So now let's go in more detail about the coding system. In this section, we'll talk about the basic principles behind the Hcube book test. And how does it work? It is based on a couple of information that you can see or that you can hear. And thanks to these pieces of information, you will be able to reveal the resolution time. You will be able to reveal the number of moves that have been made by the cuber to solve the Rubik's Cube. You will be able also to reveal a country and an emotion or a color. And then, based on a six move algorithm that is shown under different orientation, you will be able to reveal an algorithm that is written on the bottom of each page, and do a matching effect in which you can show that the cube you've just shuffled matches what's on the pages. What are the pieces of information you're getting? This is the cuber's initials. There are the cuber's initials or two colors, and the cuber initials or the two colors are exactly the same information. They are part of the same coding system. And the way it works, and it is based on the letters and the colors linked to the Rubik's Cube world. What are the letters linked to the Rubik's Cube world? This is the letters of the algorithm which match the letters of the layers. Each layer is described, each move of a layer is described with a letter. When you turn the layer which is on the top, this is the U for up. When you turn the layer which is on the bottom, this is D for down. When you turn the layer which is on the left, this is L for left. The layer on the right, it's R for right. The layer on the front, this is F. And the layer on the back, this is B. So B for back. Now you've got these letters that exist, and you've got the colors of each faces. So I thought I can link the color of the faces with the letter. So I tried to combine these 6 letters with the 6 colors. Now I wanted to link it with initials, with algorithm, and with numbers to reveal the time and the number of moves. So this was the beginning of a structure and how to combine everything. Now we'll go through each of the combination of colors, letters, and numbers, and then you will see, because there are cheat sheets that will help you know the correspondence without having to learn anything. But I wanted to share with you the way I started to create it, so that it will help you, even though you will not need to memorize it, to see it and start remembering it without making any effort. So the 4 works with the red and with the R. And you see here on the screen why it works like that, because 4 ends with the R, red begins with the R, and the 4 sounds like the R. And this is the same approach like in the major system that is used in the mnemonics field. I don't know if you know that, but it's a really interesting system to transcript letters and into numbers, or numbers into letters. So the red works with the R and with the 4. Now for the blue. The blue starts with a B, and the B has a shape looking like an 8. So blue works with B and 8. Now for the L. L is the beginning of the word light, and you can say that a light bulb is white, so light is white. And you can see that the shape of the light bulb, when you put 2 light bulbs together, it looks like an 8. So you can remember that light is white and the light bulb that form the shape of an 8. So the L goes with the white and with the 8. Concerning the yellow is the color of the fire. So the fire is yellow, and you can see that the shape of the Y in low cap, there is in this shape there is a 6 hidden in this part of the letter. So you can remember that the fire, which starts with an F, is yellow. So you can link the F with the yellow and with the 6. Concerning the green color, when you write it, the shape of the G looks like a 6. So you can link green to 6. And then when you orientate the G in different orientation, it can look like a U when you turn it in this orientation, or when you turn it the other way around, it can look like a V. So depending on using it with the initials or the algorithm, it will be in the initials a V, and it will be in the algorithm a U. This is the only letter in which I needed to have 2 different correspondence for the color, because the having names and surnames starting with a U was pretty complicated, because first names starting with a U are not many. There are not many names starting with a U, except of Ursula or something like that. I needed to find another solution, so I decided to have the U as a correspondence for the green for the algorithm, and to have a V as a correspondence for the V in the initials. So green works with 6 and with U for the algorithm and V for the initials. The last one is orange. The orange, when you think of the fruit orange, the shape of a quarter of orange as drawn here has the shape of a D. So you can link D to orange, and also the start of orange is no, and the shape of the O when you add 1 looks like a 10. So orange is linked to D and to 10. So as a recap, you can see there are not much thing to remember because you can see that there are 6 colors, and these 6 colors are linked to the letter of the algorithm, which are the same as the letter of the initials, except for the U and the V. And you can remember that U and V are linked in the word universe, because the universe has everything in it. So U and V are linked together. And then there are the numbers that are working with it. So you can almost erase this column except for the U and V correspondence. So as a recap, red goes with R and 4. Yellow goes with F and 6. Green goes with U for the algorithm, V for the initials and number 6. White goes with L and 8. Blue goes with B and 8. And orange goes with D and 10. And you can also see that there are 2 letters that are linked to the 6 and 2 letters that are linked to the 8. So not many things to remember, and you will see, thanks to the cheat sheet, it will be very easy for you to recognize everything. But I wanted to share this with you so that you will be able, even without anything under your nose, to remember the correspondence. A last thing, where are this information hidden? They are hidden, as I told you, in the initials. And in the initial, this is at the top of each pages, the first initial of the first name and the first initial of the surname. So Vern Donovan, which means VD, is linked to green, orange. VD, V is green, D orange. So this is the coding you will get when you hear Vern Donovan. If you hear Damia Lanaban, Damia Lanaban is D for Damia, Lanaban L, so it's orange, white. This is the information you get through the initials when you see it or when you hear it. The color you can get are hidden in the corners of the book. And you will see that after, how to get the information. But in each corner, there are four squares in which the colors are hidden. Now, how can you remember it without any extra piece of information? As I told you, there are cream sheet or cheat sheet that are in front of your eyes. But just before I tell you that, I just want to go again through another thing, which is the country flags. At the beginning, when I created the Hcube, I discovered that when you combine in the conventional orientation, when you read the cube, you see that, for example, the green-white orientation, the last color is the white. So if you have a look like this and you say green, white, red, this looks like the flag of Italy. When I look like this, blue, white, orange, it's almost the flag of France. So I started to think there could be a correspondence between flags and the color coding I've developed. And when I searched, I discovered there are a lot of countries that may match it. So you will see this they are hidden in on the bookmark to remember them. You don't need to remember them, but if you want and if you know your geography, you will be able to recognize them very easily, because you will see that, for example, the Cyprus flag is white and orange, so the correspondence, which is white-orange, will be corresponding to Cyprus. the green-white color will correspond with Italy. The white-blue color will correspond with Russia. So each flag is not present on the pages because I didn't want you to see the flag on the pages and for the spectator to think, there may be a relation between the flag and the cube. So I wanted to erase it completely, but you're able to locate what country the cube is from thanks to the color coding system. So for example, if we just think about the Lilazzo that exists in the book, when you have Vito Lilazzo, it's VL, so it's green white. Green white works with Italy. I wasn't able to find countries that works for every color, so at one moment I decided to have countries that work with two correspondents. Those are Brazil and Germany. For Brazil, this is green-yellow and yellow-green as a color. For Germany, it's orange-yellow and yellow-orange. And the other one that works with two correspondents are South Korea, Belarus, and United Kingdom. And so you will see how you can find easily this country through the cheat sheet that I've prepared for you. So as I told you, I've prepared an help desk for you. Let's have a look. The cover book. First, I put into the cover book some hidden elements that help you find what are the elements, what are the correspondents in the coding system. There is something hidden in the big cube that is here, and there is something hidden in the title that is here. So let's have a closer look. In the big cube that is in center of the book, you can see that in the shadows there are, for example, here there is a 6 that is hidden. So if you have a closer look, you will see that here there is a 6 that is hidden in the yellow stickers. There is also a 6 that is hidden in the green sticker that is here. This is for the 6, but if you don't remember it, you can also count the number of stickers of these colors, because there are 6 yellow stickers and there are 6 green stickers. So for the 6, this is pretty easy. You can read it or you can count it if you want. Then for the blue and the white, the blue and white equals 8, as you remember. So there is a shape of an 8 in the way the stickers are presented here, and there is a shape of an 8 in the way the white stickers are presented here. So you can see the correspondence between the blue and the 8 and the correspondence between the white and the 8. For the 4, remember the red equals 4. In the red stickers that are here, there is a 4 that is hidden in the shadows here. And for the 10, which goes with the orange, there is a 10 that is hidden in the shadows in here. So you can see all the correspondence in the structure of the Rubik's Cube. For the 4, you can also count 4 red stickers. So for the 6 and the 4, you can count the number of stickers. It works also. I couldn't put this for the orange, because for the orange it would be too many stickers, because in the cube there are only 9 orange stickers. For the correspondence between the letters and the colors, in the back of the book, there is the name. This is the French version of the book, but there is the title is written with the letters, and the letters as the colors they have in the color coding. What does that mean? For example, here the R is in red. Then there is a change in color. Here it becomes white, so there is a correspondence between the L and the white. Then there is another change in color. Each time there is a change in color, the first color is an element of the code. So here there is a change in color. We go from white to green. So there, the green, the U is in green. So you know that green works with U. Here we've got another change in color. This is F. The F goes with yellow. You remember fire starts with an F. And the fire is yellow. Another change in color, L is white, light is white. Then another change in color for the D. D is the shape of the quarter of an orange, and the D now is in orange. Another change in color for the F that is in yellow. Another change in color, the D is in orange. I think you've understood now. I go until the end. Another change in color, the R is in red. The other R here is in red. Another change in color, the U is in green. Another change in color, the B is in blue. So all this correspondence hides the element of the coding system. Now there is also the bookmark that can be used to remember the elements. How does the bookmark work? There are several elements on the bookmark. The elements that exist on the bookmark are a part to identify the country, a part to identify the algorithm if you don't remember it. If you want to prepare it before starting the effect, you just do the algorithm, which is the algorithm of the left page that is here. There is the title that is written, and there is a table which helps you find the elements about the colors. So let's go through all these elements. First, the countries. So if we have a closer look to the countries, what you need to understand, when you take your bookmark, and we have a closer look to the one I've got here, the bookmark helps you to find what country it is. If you remember, before I told you, I talked about Cyprus. We know that Cyprus is something that is the flag of Cyprus is white, orange. So what you need to do is to go through the bookmark and in the left column and try to find if you find white, orange. And this is white, orange here. And when you find white, orange, you just have to look to the country that is in front of the first color. And the country that is in front of first color is Cyprus. If you have, for example, the color white, red, for example, you just have to go through and find white, red. This is here, and white, red. This will be Japan. As you may know, the flag of Japan is a white flag with a red dot in the center. One last example. You've got blue, yellow, you go through blue, yellow, and you find blue, yellow, and it will be Romania. Now, if you don't find the correspondence of the color that the color coding gives you, or the initials gives you, for example, if you hear something that is Dejobin, it's DB, it's orange, blue. So if you go here and you don't find orange blue, you just have to go in the other color and see there is orange blue here, and orange blue is linked to Korea. And this is only needed for the country that has two correspondence possible, which are South Korea, which are Germany, as I told you, United Kingdom, and Brazil, that I told you. And what I wanted to explain to you about that is that when you go through the bookmark and you try to find the correspondence, you may want to know where are the correspondence on that side for the country that has two correspondents, and you can identify that there are the lines are bigger each time there is a double correspondence. If you have a look to South Korea, here the line is darker. Here, if you go there, Germany, the line is darker. United Kingdom just before the line is darker, and for Brazil the line is darker. As you may know now, there is also Belarus that has a double correspondence, but due to the way I try to structure the bookmark, I was able to put Belarus on the same side, and there is a repetition of Belarus, which is here and there. So you've got the correspondence of red, green for Belarus here, and orange, green for Belarus there. So here is the structure of the bookmark, and you will see if you want to play with it. And if we just have a look to here, for example, this is a French version of the bookmark, but you will easily see. For example, if we say green orange, you just go there, green orange, green orange, green orange, up green orange. This is Ireland. And if it was, for example, I don't know, blue orange, I will go there. Blue orange, there's nothing on that side. Then I go on that side. I may know that because this was not on that side, this should be close to a darker line. So blue orange, I'll go to a darker line. There is here, and blue orange in front of the first color. This is United Kingdom. Royaume-Uni means United Kingdom. So as you see, this is the way it works for the bookmark regarding the country. So at one moment you will remember the correspondence between the country and the flags and the colors, but you've got this thing to look for the information. Then I don't need to explain this element because this is the title. As I told you before, each time the color changes, there is an element of the correspondence between letter and color. Here, this is a part in the back of your bookmark that offers you the possibility to write the correspondence between time, or between numbers and colors. For example, you can say here, I did it in 80 moves because the 8 is linked to the white, and I did it in 1 minute and 18 seconds. So you know that close to the color, you will put something linked to the numbers. Here, for example, for the green, you could have put 76 moves, and you will remember the 6 is the things you've coded, or you can put 67 moves, so that you will remember that, and say that you solved your cube in 46 seconds. So this can be something for you if you want to write on your bookmark the element that helps you remember the correspondence between the colors and the numbers. Here, this is something to help you find the third color of the orientation of the cube. This, you will use that to reveal the resolution time, you will see it after, or to reveal a third color. And how does it work? This is some kind of a table, not some kind of table, this is a table. And you have to read it as if it was the first column, and here the first line. And what you will do is try to find the information that is at the intersection of the elements. For example, if you had the information of red, white, you will have to say red here, white there, and red, white, the last color is blue at the intersection. So if we have a closer look to that, for example, if I have the information that is orange, blue, orange, blue, the last color should be white. If I add the blue, yellow, reading in the respecting the convention, blue, yellow, it will be red. So if we have a look to the bookmark here, if we go to blue and yellow, blue, yellow, you see it would be red. So this is the way you can read the structure of the find without having the cube into your hand. You can find the third color of the orientation of the cube. So now you've got almost everything you need, because all the information, you may already have remembered that the B goes with the blue and the 8, the L goes with the white and goes also with the 8, the green goes with the 6 and the U and the V. You remember also that the orange goes with the 10 and the D, and the red goes with the R and with the 4. So now you know everything like this. There is one missing, I know. The yellow goes with the 6 and the F. So you know everything now. You just have to start. So let's have fun with all this system and try to make some revelation. So now you know the coding system, you just have to get the information. How do you get the information? The information, you can get them through the, because you see and you see the information on the book, or because you hear the information that the spectator tells you. And once you get the information, you just have to decrypt them thanks to the cheat sheet or your memory, because you already know that yellow stands for F and so for 6, because fire, F, yellow, you know, you remember this kind of thing. Light is white, L, 8, and white. All this correspondence you may remember, but if you don't remember, you just have to have a look to the cover, front, the back, using the bookmark, and all the things have all the information you need on them. So where do you get this information on the book? If you look at the book, there are two elements that have to be seen. As I told you, the initials that can be transcribed into colors, or you see colors directly. So when you talk about initials that can be seen or that can be heard, for example here, Flora Dickman, this is a F and a D. Flora Dickman, it's a F and a D, and F, D help you remember that F, fire, so it's yellow, D, the shape of the orange, the orange quarter, so D, orange. So F, D of Flora Dickman stands for yellow, orange. So I know that when I hear Flora Dickman or when I see Flora Dickman, I know that the coding I got is yellow, orange. And as I told you, this information can be heard because somebody tell me Flora Dickman, or at the beginning, if he opens the book, I can just say, and just imagine that on the page, and here I see the information FD for Flora Dickman. So you can see the initials, or you can hear the initials. And now, if you want to, so when you see or hear the initials, it's much more for memory style effect, because the spectator tells you the name of the person, or you see the name of the person. If you want to go on a more mentalism style effect, you have to get the information without the person giving you anything. So in this, in that purpose, you will use the flashback peak that was popularized by Larry Baker and was created at the origin by Orville Meyer. And the idea is to pick the information at the angle of the book. So where is this piece of information? This is in the square that is here. This is also in the square that is here, in the square that is here, and in the square that is here. So all the orientation of the book is made in such a manner that this little square is the same thing as the orientation of the book. Let me explain me a little bit, a little more clearer. If you look at this, which is the piece of information, it's like a little shape of the book. You see, this is you just imagine this is the book. So when you get this little square of information, you get, it's like what you need to understand about the book. So on this side of the book, this is red, white, that is important to you. On this side of the book, this is yellow, orange, that is important to you. So as you can see, RL is exactly the coding that you get for Ryland-Lynch. RL, R stands for red, and L stands for white. So you can get Ryland-Lynch to have the RL coding information, or watch at the angle of the book and see on the left side of this little square red, white, that codes for RL. On the other side, this is for the right side of the book. So you've got FD that you retrieve here, or yellow, orange, FD. So is here, this is RL, and here, this is FD, if we go into the coding system. And this information can be obtained thanks to the flashback peak in any orientation of the book. What I mean about that is that if you pick like this, a classical flashback peak looks like this. You say, tell me stop whenever you want. So you go, you look at the opposite, in the opposite orientation. They say stop. Here you say here. And at that moment you look at the book. Here I see, for example, red, blue, and say here, okay. And then you open the book, and you look again in the other direction. So you can pick from that orientation. You can pick from that orientation if you want. You can pick from the bottom or the other side of the book on the bottom. I really like the bottom pick because it's an idea from Sylvain Vip and Maxime Schurte. They developed it in their project that is a French book test called The Abyss. And you take the information, tell me stop here, and when you take the information, you look at it in the bottom corner. So this is the way to get the information. So now you understand that you can get this couple of information, the two colors or the two initials, hearing the name or watching the angles or watching the name. Now you've got all the things you need to go in deeper detail for the creation of your first effect. Now the first and easiest thing to reveal is the number of moves. Number of moves, how do you give this information? This is pretty easy. You just need to take the first color or the first initial of the person. You get a number, and then you just add 10 to this number. And this will be completely consistent with the book. And even though there are some numbers that repeat in the book, this is not an issue because the book objective is to help you try to solve the cube between around 20 movements. So this is completely consistent to have movements that are around 20 moves between 14 and 20. So in the books you've got moves that are around 14, 16, 18 and 20 because you know the correspondence of the coding is 4, 6, 8, 10. So now if we take an example, you've got Ryland-Lynch, and Ryland-Lynch, what do you have like an information? You can get the R information because this is the first letter that you need to remember, or you get the red from your peak. So when you pick or when you get the information, you get the both information, but for the moves, you just need the first. So you know that R stands for 4. You remember because this is the sound of the R and the 4. And you just have to add to 4, you add 10. So the number of moves for Ryle and Lynch will be 4 plus 10 equals 14. So if we verify, you will see that here we've got 14 moves for Ryle and Lynch. This is easy. If we go for another person, you can go anywhere in your book and just try. For example, Friedrich Diepel, you will try. Friedrich Diepel, you've got an F. So F stands for 6. 6 plus 10 equals 16. And as you may see, Friedrich Diepel is 16. If we go for, I don't know, Valentina Fernandez or Valentina Fernandez, V stands for green. Do you remember? The green goes for V or U. All the initials that are linked to the green are V. This is important to remember this because if I was using the U for initials, there wouldn't have been much names because I got Ursula, for example, and that's almost the only one I got. So the idea is to avoid using the U. I only use the correspondence green U for the recitation of the algorithm, but when we are for initials, the green goes with the V. So remember universe. If you want to remember that U and V goes together, the universe has everything in it. U, V goes with green. So Valentina Fernandez, Valentina means that you will remember the V stands for 6 because V green, the shape of the G goes for 6. And so you know that 6 plus 10 equals 16. So once again, Valentina Fernandez equals 16. I think you've understood how it works. So you just have to take the first initial or the first color and then convert it into a number and then add 10. Now let's talk about the resolution time. So the resolution time is something that also can be achieved thanks to the initials or thanks to the pick you do. How does it work? The resolution time is based on 3 information because there are the structure of the time is x, point y, point z. So both initials or colors gives you the x and y because you got 2 colors and those 2 colors will be transcribed into the first 2 number of the time. The z number is the one that will be given by the last color. So if you remember all the project I told you at the beginning and the reading convention we have, if we have a closer look, you know that the cube is, when you look at the cube, there is an orientation that is, for example, red, blue, white, blue, red. And so you know that if you've got white, blue on the coding, this white, blue will give you the first 2 number of the time, and the last number of the time will be the last number in the orientation. So for example, if you get white, blue as a piece of information, you will go and get the last side thanks to this system and conventional lecture this conventional approach to read the information of the cube. One last thing, orange because it equals 10, it doesn't make any sense to have a 10 as a second digit, so, or a third digit. So the 10 of orange becomes only a 0 when it's in the second or in the third position. So let's look in more detail. Obtaining the Z, when you've got the information, if you've got, as I just shown you, an orientation that was red, green, you know, because you've got the cube in your hand and you look at it, you see that the last color is white. If the cube is mixed, this is exactly the same, because as I told you, the center never moves. Center pieces never move. If you don't have the cube, you can look at the bookmark, and as I show you before the way work the bookmark, you will see for the same kind of piece of information. Here, if I get red-green as a piece of information, I know that red-green goes for red-green, and then I can have the white. So this is also the same information, but sometimes I want to read it on the cube. In other situations, I want to read it on the bookmark. So thanks to this, you just have to convert it into numbers. And once you've got this converted into numbers, you are now able to reveal the time. So let's make a little example with, for example, our friend Ryland Lynch. Ryland Lynch, you get the information that is red, white if you pick it, or you can get Ryland Lynch, RL, which stands for red, red, white, and then because you've got red, white, you know that you can convert red into 4 here, as we did before, the white into the 8, so this is 4, 8, and then the last color, which will be when you convert it, when you take your Rubik's Cube like this. Let's make the example with this. You've got red, white, so the last color is blue if you got a cube. So red, white with the last color, you will be able to understand that in this situation, it will be 4.88. And if we verify, this is 4.88. This is the same color as the one in the orientation. And this is now I can start talking about the orientation that you've got on the book is the one that also exists on the pages. So that's why, and we'll see this in a few moments, this is how you can reveal a thought of color, because the person that will think of a color that is on this orientation cube will think of a color that you are looking at when you're taking the cube in the proper orientation. So to make another example with this, let's use the another example in the book. If we take, for example, V sinus Ribeiro. V sinus Ribeiro stands for green and red. So I just need to orientate my cube green, red in front of me. So the last color will be yellow. So this will be 6 for the green, the shape of the J. Or remember number of stickers on the cube here. Or you can remember also the 6 shape in the sticker here. So green, red, yellow. So this means this will be 6, red equals 4, and yellow equals 6. So 6, 4, 6, 6, 4, 6. If we want to go another page here, later and G, we get white, and we get red. So L stands for white, R stands for red. You can go here and say white here, red here, and then you go there, this is green. So we know this will be 8, 4, 6. 8, 4, 6. And this is the same thing as if we were with the cube. White, red, green. So it goes for 8, 4, 6. So this is the same everywhere in the structure of the book. The time is something that may look at the beginning a little complicated because there is an extra piece of information you need to get that you don't have in the two coding system, but because of the way the convention we have while watching the cube, we know that the third color is fixed by the first two colors. So you know everything you need to know to reveal resolution time now. Now let's talk about revealing a country and associated information. You can, thanks again to this, thanks to the same coding system, the two pieces of information and the relation with the flags I just shown you in the coding system, you will understand that you can now reveal a country. So how does it work? This is exactly the same. You can pick a piece of information and you can hear the information through the initials. And because you've got this information, the person will be, you can ask her to stand in the shoes, for example, of the cuber and try to feel the atmosphere of the country, to understand where it was, to maybe to focus on a monument and things like this, and you will make some reveals. So how does it work? This is exactly the same as before. If we have a closer look to the cube here, to the book here, for example, Vito Lilazzo, when you hear this, you hear the information that stands for VL, so that's green, white, you remember. So you will now have VL, and the VL will help you remember that the country you will find will have this color coding: red, green, white. You also have it at the angle of the book here, that when you pick the information, it can be green, white, also at the bottom, green, white, and on the other side of the book if you want. So now you just take the bookmark. As I told you, this one is the French one, but you will understand how it works. You go there, green, white, and you look at the first country next to the first color. So if you have a look here, you see that green, white is next to Italy. Okay, so this is the, if you had, for example, Brie Davis is for orange, is for blue orange. So Brie Davis is blue orange. Mixing colors in English, mixing decoding in English, and which is not my native language, makes me shuffle the information in my head. So sorry. I just want to say that Brie Davis is blue-orange. When you look at blue-orange, you will see, oh, there is no blue-orange on the left side. You go on the other side, blue-orange, blue-orange. Oh, here, there is blue-orange. Blue-orange is for blue-orange Royaume-Uni in French, which means United Kingdom. So you know that blue-orange stands for United Kingdom. So you're not able to reveal the country. And because you may know some of the monuments that are existing in this country, you can say, okay, maybe there's a big, can you look at the monument? Maybe you will feel something like, oh, it's something very high. There's something with, I feel like the hour, we were talking about time just a moment before. Isn't it something about I see a big clock, isn't it? Big Ben, maybe you're in the United Kingdom, maybe, and you can go something like that. You can talk about the way people talk in that country, maybe the language you don't understand, and some of the reveals, because you, at the moment, you know the color coding or the initials, you can make the transcription, identify the country in which the person is in, and make the revelation you want to do. So this is an idea I really like about the countries. Thank you very much, and enjoy this new information you can get thanks to these two colors. Okay, now we'll talk about the revelation of color or an emotion. In the routine I like to do, I tend to reveal an emotion because there are a close link between emotion and colors that you can use. And I love using the Rubik's Cube magic around something that's not a puzzle, but more like a metaphor of the human brain or the emotions, because on the cube there are different colors, and you can say that the colors are linked to emotions. For example, the red can be linked to anger or to love or passion. You can say that yellow can be linked to joy, the orange to energy, the white maybe to calm, and so on and so forth. So you can say, people, just because you give all this information at the beginning, people always can directly link the color to an emotion. And so what you will need to do, you will have when the person is on the page of the book, you just need to have him or her look at the little cube that is called orientation. And as you've seen in the previous video, or you already have understood, this orientation is the one you see when you orientate the cube properly, related to the color coding. If I explain myself clearly, if you get red, white as a coding information, you know that you will orientate your cube in your hand in red, white orientation while talking, and you see that you've got red, white and blue colors, and this will be the colors that will be on the little orientation cube. So if we have a closer look to what I'm talking about, here, for example, Ruben Ferrero, which gives the information that is red, yellow. You know that in your end you will orientate the cube red, yellow, that you also see here in the peak information, red, yellow. You see that the third color will be green. So what you will do for your spectator, you will say, okay, I just want you to do this effect. This is not something you do when you're on memory, because if it's about memory, they know that you know what's on the page, so it's less interesting for me. It's more in mentalism demonstration that you will do that. So they say stop, you pick the information. For example, here I get yellow, orange. When I get the yellow, orange for the page on the left, I know that if I orientate my cube properly, yellow, orange, I know that the cube the person will see will be yellow, orange, green. So once they open the cube, they open the page, and I say, okay, just have a look to the color. I know that they see yellow, orange, and green. So before I show them the page, I tell them, please, there will be a little cube on the page, and with three colors on it. There's a color on the left, on the right, and on the top. Do you prefer the one on the left, on the right, or on the top? And the person tells you left, right, or top. And once she tells you this, you know that she will look at the left, it will be this one. On the right, it will be this one. And on the top, it will be this one. So once she tells you what side of the cube she will look at, you know what color she will thinking of. So you say, Just have a look. You prefer right, left, on the top? Okay, on the top, just have a look to the color that is on the cube. And I show them like this. And I know that they are thinking about orange. And because I told them at the beginning that orange can be linked to energy or something positive, and even though you don't tell them this, this is a color that will be linked to this kind of emotion. So you can reveal the color if you want, but what I like to do is to reveal an emotion. Say, okay, look at me, we'll try to connect together. Okay, let's try to feel what this color may make you feel like an emotion. Okay, something that is more around energy, like, okay, something makes you happy, and I go like this. And at the beginning, I tend to reveal the color, but now I tend only to reveal the emotion. So this is an idea I really like about the way you can use this little cube called orientation to have a spectator think of a color and to reveal a color. And this is the thing that I do before doing the matching, because this is some kind of a way for me to explain to the spectator that we are synchronizing together, and before making a big matching, I just need to see if we are connected together. So, and because this is an emotion that is linked to the person, this is something that talks about this person and not about a cuber or somebody else. It talks about the spectator. And what's important, I think, in magic is to do things that talks about the person you are sharing magic with. So hope you will enjoy this extra way to perform a color revelation. So all the elements that we've seen before can be done without any algorithm. You just have to look at the cube from the proper standpoint, which is given thanks to the coding system, and you orientate the cube and look at it respecting the reading orientation. So from left, top to right. Now all the elements that we've seen can be done like this. So the time, the number of moves, the emotion, and time, number of moves, emotion, and the country. All these pieces of information can be revealed without having any mixed cube or algorithm used. Now, if you want to make the matching of the cube on the pages or to reveal the algorithm, you need the cube to be set up in the special Hcube algorithm that is done in 6 moves, as I told you before. Before looking at the algorithm, I just want to give you 2 more pieces of information. The 6-move algorithm, as I told you, because the structure of the book is not the same on pages on the left and pages on the right, you have to do the 6-move algorithm from a specific starting point. This will be the same 6 moves, but from a specific starting point. On the page on the left, you will see, now maybe you've already seen it, that the people on the left are men, and the people on the right are women. And you can hear it when people tell them, because the end of the name should sounds more or less like men, and women more or less like women. So you will be able, even though you don't look at the book, to know if the person is looking on the page on the left or the page on the right. Then, once you make the 6-move algorithm from the proper starting point, you just have to orientate the cube with the orientation following the convention that we've just discussed. So, for example, if we just recap what I've just said, you will know that because the person is on the left side, you orientate the cube in the proper way, you make the 6-move algorithm, and then you heard Ryland Lynch, for example, and you will orientate the cube like R L, and you will have Ryle and Lynch, and the orientation will be the proper one. So there is the starting point to do the algorithm, and there is the orientation that is linked to the coding you get. Now, how to identify the starting point? As I just told you, on the left of the book there are boys, on the right there are girls, and you can remember the way the book is structured to help you using Mickey in Fantasia. In Fantasia, Mickey is a boy, and is written he wears clothes that are from the top to bottom blue, red, and because he's a magician, he says abracadabra, and abracadabra there is in this word bra, which is blue, red. Okay, so you can remember that most of the magicians are men, even though our art will benefit from more women, but most of the magicians are men. Men says abracadabra, so the orientation of the pages of men will be blue, red. So you can remember that when you will start the algorithm for pages on the left, you will start from blue, red orientation. So just remember about Mickey and his clothing, like the blue hat and the red shirt, I would say, and you know that you will orientate the cube properly. And when you go on the other side of the book, this will be green, red. And how do you know that you go, how do you orientate your cube? You know that you can remember that when you're on the left side, you can also remember that the shape of the left is a shape of an L, and maybe this can remind you of a part of the main body. I will not say which one, but you will maybe remember that on the left there are men, and men say abracadabra because there are more magicians, and so you orientate on the left side blue-red before doing the algorithm. On the right side, because this is the opposite side of the book, you go on the opposite side of the cube. So when you go on the opposite side of the cube, you will be on green-red orientation. So if we have a closer look to what it looks like, you have here, when you are from on the left side and you take blue, red, this is the way you hold the cube. If you go on the right side, it's the opposite of the book, so you go on the opposite side of the cube, green, red. So pretty easy to remember. You have just to go like this, and this is the starting point. And from this starting point, you will do the algorithm. So now we'll see what is the H3 algorithm. So now let's talk about the Hcube algorithm. So what this algorithm is about, I tried to develop an algorithm that was close to the resolution point, not far from the resolution state of the cube, to be able to make instant resolution, and I also wanted to use something that already exists in the Rubik's Cube magic field, so that people that already work with Rubik's Cube will not have to learn much new things. So my idea was to try to find an algorithm that was based on something that exists, that with more moves to erase a pattern that can be seen in a book, because most of the time the 4-move algorithm, or sometimes even the 8-move algorithm, tend to show patterns that are several lines next to each other, or a C shape or something like this. And for me, it was something, when you orientate the cube in different orientation, that could be seen. So I tried to find an algorithm that would be efficient, to be close to the resolution point, and to hide the structure of a pattern. So in the Hcube algorithm, I managed to do something in 6 moves. The pattern that exists is a line. If you identify one, this line is also something that you can see to position the cube in the proper orientation to make the solving. But it's, as for me, not a pattern that can be easy. This is something that can exist on a mixed cube more. I even though it's maybe not mathematical what I tell you, it's more or less something that is acceptable than several lines next to each other. This was my standpoint when I started to develop this algorithm, and so I tried to develop this from Takamizu's 2112 moves, and I added 2 moves, so it's not 4 moves but 6 moves. I tried to contact Takamizu's several times to discuss with him, but I didn't have a chance to reach him. So thank you, Takamizu, for all what you did in the Rubik's Cube magic field. I developed my algorithm based on the 2112 algorithm that Takami has created, and added 50% more moves, I would say. So what does it look like? The Hcube algorithm looks like this. Oh, before what it looks like, I just want to tell you one last thing, is that as I told you, I do not learn Rubik's Cube through the algorithm, L, R, and all these things. So for you, I just put schemes so that you can understand that when you make a rotation like this, this means that this is a rotation of a quarter turn to the right of the top layer. When you've got a scheme like this, this is a rotation of the left side of the cube for a quarter turn to the top. So this is the idea. I wanted to have this pattern to help you jump into the Rubik's Cube field. For me, it was far easier to understand how it works. So the setup of the Hcube algorithm is this one. This is a 2112 plus a trigger move, I would say, with the 2 hands. So how does it look like when you look it from up close? So if you're like this, imagine you are on the left side. For the left side, so blue-red orientation and the white in front of you, you will do 2, 1, 1, 2, and the trigger move I told you is with this finger and this finger. So the first finger of the right hand and the fourth finger of the third finger of the left hand. This finger, the wedding ring finger of the left hand. So it goes like this. And now you're in the configuration of the Hcube algorithm. So as I told you, there are not much of a pattern that can be identified, except of this line that can be seen. But for me, it was more acceptable to have this kind of things than having other pattern that I've discovered. When you want to solve it, what do you need to do is to erase the trigger moves, and then to do again the 2112 algorithm. So if we go and look at it, you will erase the trigger moves and then do a 2112 algorithm. So what does it look like? looks like. You have to orientate the cube properly. So how do you know you've oriented the cube properly? You can imagine this makes an arrow. So you've got the stem of the arrow and then the shape of an arrow with the color of the color that was facing you when you were making the algorithm at the beginning for the page. So because it was a left page, the white was in front of you because you got the blue, red, white orientation. And then you have to erase the trigger moves. And then you are in the 2-1-1-2 configuration and you do 2-1-1-2 to solve the cube. So this means if I do it again, blue, red, abracadabra, do you remember, for the left page, so the white is in front of you. Setup of the Hcube algorithm is 2-1-1-2 and then a trigger move. So here you've got the algorithm for all the left pages. And then if you want to solve it, you do with this stem and the arrow that is on top, showing the color of that was in front of you at the beginning of to set up the cube. You erase the trigger moves that you did, and now you do the 2-1-1-2, and the cube is solved. If you were on a page on the right, it would have been, so you remember, blue-red for the boys, abracadabra, Mickey Mouse, and these things. Because you're on the other side of the book, you go on the other side of the cube, so it's green-red. Now you got the yellow in front of you. It will be 2-1-1-2 for the Hcube algo and the trigger moves to set up the right pages. And then to erase it, you've got the color that was in front of you at the beginning, plus the stem showing like an arrow. And then you erase this trigger moves, and then 2-1-1-2. So my idea was to bring an algorithm that will go into your repertoire without having to learn other algorithm to do the Hcube effect. And what also enables you to make instant solves, like the nightmare solve that I love from Henri Arius that I suggest you to have a look to. And I think it's in the Rubik's Dream, or I think it's not in the Rubik's Dream, or in the RD360 project. And what you can do once you've made you erase the trigger move, so you're in the Hcube algorithm, 1-2-1-1-2 triggers, and then if you erased the trigger moves, you can do an instant resolution if you want of the cube. It depends on what you want to do as effect, because you can make a solve behind your back, you can make an instant solve like shaking the cube. It depends on what kind of magic you want to do with Hcube. If you're on the side of I'm better at shuffling than solving the cube, this is not something you may want to do, but I wanted to bring into the Hcube algorithm the possibility to go back to a solved cube fairly easily. So this is the Hcube algorithm. Okay, so now let's try to match an algorithm that exists on pages of Hcube. Now you know how to do the Hcube algorithm. Let's have a look to how you do to match a page. So when you're on a page, you've got, as I told you, two possible starting points. If you're on the left side, you start from this orientation, blue-red, abracadabra, Mickey Mouse, you remember this. If you are on the other side, you will start from the opposite position of the cube, and this will be the green-red orientation. So what will you do? you will hear Ryan Lynch. Even if you don't hear Ryan Lynch, but you see the person is on the left side of the book because she's looking at the book. And as you may know, when you look at me, you see when I'm like this that I'm looking at if I'm like this, you see that I'm looking at the left side of the book, or like this, I'm looking at the right side of the book. So at that moment, you know what is the starting point to make the algorithm. So you will do the algorithm from the proper starting point. And once you've done it from the proper starting point, you will then orientate the cube following the coding system and show it to the spectator. So starting point, orientation thanks to the coding system. So let's try for the Ryan Lynch page. If you've got this cube, you know this is a left page. So a left page, this is this orientation, blue, red. You do 2, 1, 1, 2, and trigger move. Then you look for Ryan Lynch. So this is Ryan Lynch, red, white. So I did the orientation, the algorithm, the Hcube algorithm from the proper starting point, which is the main starting point, blue, red. And then I orientate following the coding for Ryan Lynch. This is red, white. And if I show the cube like this to spectator, I will match the page. So if we have a look, Ryan Lynch, and I show you the cube like this, you should see that this matches the cube that is there. Then, if I want to do the opposite side of the cube, you will see that you just have to turn it like this. And then if I show like this, you will see that it matches the other side of the book. So preparing from the proper starting point, then orientating thanks to the coding. If we do the same thing for Flora Dickman, I just solved this. Then for Flora Dickman, what does it mean? This is like this. You've got the cube, blue, red for men, opposite side for girl, because opposite side of the book. 2, so the yellow is in front of me. Okay. 2, 1, 1, 2. Trigger move. Flora Dickman, which means FD, so yellow, orange. If I see the cube like this and I show it to the spectator, this will match to what he sees. So Flora Dickman, like this, it will match what you see on the cube. And then I orientate it on the other side and it matches what you see also on the cube and on the book. So now you've got everything you need to make all the revelation of the book, whenever you may want. You just need to know on which side of the book the spectator is. You can hear it, you can see it, you can pick it. This is the only thing you need to know. Then you do from the proper starting point the Hcube algorithm and you orientate it from your point of view following the coding system. There is another effect you can do thanks to the cube that is put in the Hcube configuration, is to reveal the algorithm that is in front of you. So that is on the pages. And creating this method was something that took me a lot of thinking. I didn't know how to solve this, and now I found a solution that makes you have a different algorithm on each pages, except for the pages that repeat in the book, obviously. But how does it work? Once you put the cube in the proper or that you put on the proper configuration due to the left page and the proper orientation due to the coding system, you just have to read. What does I mean by read? You just have to take the cube in your hand, orientate properly, and you will read the first line, then in columns, then if needed on the side. So if we have a closer look to what it means that you will read, for example, with the cube that is orientated like this, you will take it. So if you have the cube like this means that you will take it like this, and you will read 1, 2, 3, and then 4, 5, 6, and then 7 if needed. What does that mean? Is that if you're in a certain configuration, so just think of a man, blue, red, so 2, 1, 1, 2 here. And if I was in the configuration, I don't know, maybe this one, I was in DV orientation. It could be Dimitri Vurdukov, for example. I need to have it like this. This would match the configuration of the page, but if I just want to reveal the algorithm, I just need to read the lines and then the column, and then go like this if needed. So for this person, this would be 20 moves, because you remember that the first color gives you the number of moves, and there is an obvious link between the number of moves and the letter of the algorithm, because you do as many moves as letter in the algorithm. So for this person, Dimitri Vurdukov, for example, you just need to read the color and make transcription. So it would be RLD, RUD, UFF, and then you go in column RRU, LUF, DDF, and because there are 20, so we are around 18, because there are 9 stickers by side, so we've got 9 like this and 9 like this, so we are 18. So we go B, B, and now we revealed 20 letters of the algorithm. So as you understand, once you know the system, you don't have to think a lot. You have the book in front of you, and you just have to make the transcription if needed, or you've got the bookmark. You look at the cube, you just look at the cube as if you were thinking, and you read what's on the cube. So RLD, RUD, and just remember something, is that the only exception we've got is the green that in the initials goes for V, to have a better number of first name that I could have with the V, because it was too complicated to have the first names with the U. So in the initials and in the name of Cubers, the green stands for V, but because we are in an algorithm, now the green becomes a U. Okay, remember, universe. So now you know that, you just need to transcript the colors. And if I have, for example, another orientation, let's have a look to this one. It would be blue orange, so it would be DBB, L, exactly, DB, LUR, then it would be DLL, then it will be BDU, and then BBR. So we would have been 18 at that moment, and it's a good thing because the coding here would be blue, orange, and blue stands for 18. So 18 moves. So we read all these lines and then all these columns, and we are around 18. So for this, you know everything you need to know about how to read algorithm. You just have to make the transcription, and as you know now, the correspondence will be easier and easier to do, even though you don't look at anything on the book. There are two things that I want to underline around this. People who are doing Rubik's Cube magic or doing Rubik's Cube may notice that there are no prime on things. When you are performing Rubik's Cube, normally a prime means that you make a rotation in anti-clockwise or an anti-clockwise movement. When you're doing a clockwise movement, it's without prime. I didn't want to put this subtlety in the structure of the cube because it was something for me when I first started to do this effect. I tried to put it, and it make it much more complicated to have the coding system. And when I erased it, I thought it was better because people don't really know Rubik's Cube, and if they know this kind of subtleties, this means that maybe the person in front of you knows much more about Rubik's Cube than you are. So I decided to erase this prime thing. And also, there's another thing that you need to know. This is in very few situations, but when you make a rotation of a layer, two rotation is a half turn, and if you do one turn again, it's the same thing as turning the cube in the other orientation. If I explain myself, doing 1, 2, it's a half turn, and if you go 3, it's the same thing as if I was turning it only 1/4 on the other orientation. So when you tell the algorithm, what I decided to do is once a color is repeated more than twice, you skip until you arrive to another color. If you have a closer look to what I mean, is that, for example, in this situation, it would be, in this situation, RFL, RFD, LFB, then it would be RRL, here it would be FF, I will jump the third color to arrive here, L, and then D. So I will not say the third color that is repeated because I thought having three times the same letter would be something that could be not that consistent. So I keep this in the system, but erase the prime thing. So now if we want, we can try an example. If we go back to the Ryland-Lynch example, you can take the configuration to your end, and you go to, because it's a boy, blue-red 2-1-1-2 trigger move. Just take the time to do that, or pause the video if you want. Then Ryland-Lynch, and if you look at it, you will have F, D, F. So I will just pause a second so that you can have your cube in hand. Okay, so you look at it, you will see with the proper orientation, Ryland-Lynch, you just look at it, F, D, F, then you go ULL, then FUL, and then FUF, D, L. So you see, pretty easy, isn't it? Now, what I suggest you is to toy with it have fun with this algorithm reveal. This is something that really blows people's mind, because it's like some kind of a pie effect, you know. So this is what you can do with the algorithm. Here is some extra tips I want to share with you to make sure that people believe in what you're doing even more. First of all, use your peripheral vision. What I mean about that, when we were just talking about the reveal of the algorithm, it can be also done for the reveal of the emotion, of the country, of all the things. Once you've got the cube in your hand, you see what you've got. When I'm like this, without looking at the cube, or just a quick glimpse, I see blue, red is the proper orientation, or I just go like this. So you can see many things without looking at the cube. So even though I want to reveal the algorithm like this, I see 3 colors on the top. So it was yellow, orange, yellow. I know that if I go like this, it was green, blue, blue. So you can make some reveals without looking directly at the cube. And even though you were looking directly at the cube, it's something that flies by, because you're looking at the cube to remember something. So if you're really thinking about what you're doing, so that this is something that's interesting. There's also something else that I've seen in a Luc Germain lecture, that when he was in France, he told us, when you are doing something that should be linked to thinking, do something that makes you think. He was talking about that when you act as if you were learning a deck. He says, even though you're not learning a deck, maybe make a complicated calculation in your head, so that you are using your brain to do something, so you don't have to use your acting skills. You just really think about something, so people may believe that you are thinking about something. You're not thinking about remembering the cards, but you are thinking about something, which is making a calculation. But it makes you be more involved in what you're doing. And in this system, because you are transcripting the letters on the fly, or looking at the letters somewhere else, you are really using your brain to do things. So people may believe you that you are doing something. So use your peripheral vision, and use the fact that you are thinking when you are doing what you're doing. Sometimes when you're revealing the algorithm, you just one last thing with your peripheral vision, as I told you, it can be done also for the country or the emotion, because when I do like this, I see the orientation of the cube and the last color of the, for example, the emotion. I see the white green, so I see the orange, and because I see the orange, and I say to spectator, just think of the color that you've got on the little cube on the page. I know the 3 color he will look at without looking at the cube directly. So use this technique. Counting on your fingers. What do I mean about that? When you are revealing the algorithm, you can make identify where you should stop reading, because there are 9 stickers on each page, on each face. You know that once you read all a face, you've got 9, and at that moment you're on 18, because you've got there and there. If you are at 16, you should stop around this last sticker. If you are on 14, you should last around here. So you can have some place where you can remember, if you want to know when you have to stop revealing the algorithm, or you can count on your finger to know where you are. But what I tend to do is to ask the spectator, because you are thinking, and it can be normal. You are imagining the cube, and at one moment when you know that you're around the 12 or 13 letters, you say, okay, how many are left? 3, 4, 3. Okay, that's it. And the person tells you how many you have to tell. you take a glimpse to the cube and you reveal the last letters without having to count or do something like this. So this is a good solution. Another thing you can do when you use the letter in the algorithm is to make extra reveal. Because you know the letter that exists in the algorithm, you can use it to do effects like thought channel of Joshua Quinn, using the letter to make association of information, or you can or like in System Alpha from in French release from Sylvain Vip and Maxime Short. This is something you can do using the letters. You know the letters because you know where they are on the cube. You just have to, you can force a letter in this algorithm. I think you know many things about how to use this peripheral vision and this algorithm to go somewhere else and to make some awesome reveals. So now let's talk about the structure of the routine I've shared with you. There are a lot of different routines you can do because you get a lot of information in this book test. So you can take the routine wherever you want. It's modular. You can modify things. So how did I do the routine that I share with you? First, I started with the cube that was shuffled. I decided to use the shuffle of the left page. So I put my cube in the orientation of the left page. So you remember blue, red, abracadabra, 2, 1, 1, 2, and the trigger move. So now I'm ready to do the routine, and I don't need to know this algorithm specifically. What I need to do is to have the Rubik's Cube prepared, and if I don't remember how it is done, I just need to look at my bookmark, and when I look to my bookmark, I just do the algorithm that is on my bookmark to prepare the routine. Once I've done that, my pattern is the fact that I saw a guy last year that was in the library. He was looking at his book. It was turning the pages, rotating the cube. I don't do nothing at that moment. I just do rotation and erase the rotation. And at one moment, he got up, put his cube on the table and left. So I went close to the table, look at the book, and I got completely inspired by it. I wanted to understand what it was about, and I explained what this book is about. I say as if last year I didn't understand, but it was a book in which, and I explained the structure. You see, I understand when you know Rubik's Cube magic, you have to learn the different configuration, and if you recognize this configuration on a shuffle cube, you are able to solve it far quicker. And as I understood, this configuration was a mixed cube, and with this mixed cube, they did 18 moves, and in 8 seconds 84, they did this algorithm, and the cube was completely solved. And as I understand, all this these letters are the one that are used in the Rubik's Cube field, you know, because this is up, down, back, and this is the way it works. So I was completely impressed by the fact that people can involve so much time in doing this kind of things, and I'm not really interested in solving the Rubik's Cube. What interested me was more about mixing, because I'm far better in mixing the cube than I solving. I really like this idea of taking the pattern somewhere else. And I say, and I think it was some kind of visionary thing. If you were able to match a mixed configuration with 43 quintillion configuration, it's far more impressive than always having the same configuration in the end. So at that moment, I say, and because I was so interested by how you can reduce this introduction, I like putting all these things, but maybe some of you may think it's too long. When I perform this, it's more parlor or something, or in close-up, sometimes I reduce this part. But what I say at that moment, what was interesting to me is to understand how people can involve so much time in this cube, and I start learning things, and because I wanted to understand why they put that much effort in the structuration of in the learning process of a Rubik's cube. And I give the book to the person. When she opened the book, I just put my finger and say, just imagine if the configuration you make randomly could match the page. And when she opened the book, I go back to her and I start mixing the cube. I show as if I was mixing, but I stop mixing as soon as I turn back, and I just make noise with the cube. And then I just go back, I look at the book and say, imagine, and I see Vicente Fonseca, so I know this is VF, so it's green, yellow. I know that if I put the cube in green-yellow configuration, I can show, imagine it was the same configuration as and I pause, and we see that it matches. And it makes me tell that, okay, so this book may show configuration that are really, really interesting configuration. Then I stop about this, and this matching effect, I go very quickly not to underline this that much. I go then to, I've learned a lot of things in this book that are useless because I wanted to understand why they put so much effort. Maybe Lena Brezhneva, she was very happy by the time she did, because she was not that at ease when performing cube magic, when performing cube resolution. So I talk about that, and then I say open any page, and then they open any page. They tell me, for example, Deiji Robin, I hear D, B, so I know D, it's for 20 moves, because D equals 10 plus 10 equals 20. So okay, Deiji Robin, okay, I say he was maybe a little sad because he did it in 20 moves, and I think he did something around, so I play with my cube. D, Robin, okay, D, B, L, so I see that he did in 10 seconds 88, and this is what I've got, 10 seconds 88. So I make some reveals. You can go on another page. So this is Moira at that moment. Then I do at one moment, because my cube is properly orientated, if she goes on the page on the right, I can still reveal the time and reveal the number of moves, but I cannot reveal the algorithm. So at one moment, if I want to reveal the algorithm, I use the plus minus one subtlety and say, okay, you want plus one or minus one? Then I go for the reveal of the algorithm on a page that is on the left, because my cube is orientated on a left page. And then I go into the mentalism part of this routine, and I say, okay, now I've remembered a lot of things that are useless, but what was important to me is to understand how you can put that much effort in things, and what people feel when they are investing in something. So I want to connect with you first. Just tell me stop whenever you want, and I want you to try to connect with a cuber. So I use the technique I show you with to pick the information thanks to the bookmark. I say, okay, you tell me stop. Yeah, I look at it. They put the bookmark. I use the parentheses to have them forget things and to remember that I didn't see anything, so that they understand that I shift into mentalism effect. Now I say, you will see there will be a little cube on the page, and you will remember, you will think of a color that is on the top, on the left, on the right. Where do you want the color to be? Okay, on the left. Okay, so I open the book for them and I show them, okay, think of the color that is on the left. Okay, can you connect it to to a feeling, and now I read the feeling, like with fishing and things like that. So I read the feeling, and now because we are connected and I read the feeling, I just do this last thing saying, okay, now you will focus on both picture. You focus on both picture, and you will, and I take the cube, and this is the first time for me that I need to do something. So that's why you understand that you don't need to be good at cubing magic, because my cube was set up. I didn't do anything except making noise from the beginning until now. And now I just act as if I was mixing the cube to match the configuration the person is thinking of, and I'm looking at her eyes. Say, okay, look at the configuration, and now I do fake moves like this. And you can, if you don't know how to do false shuffle, you can do turn, pause, another turn, pause. Because the cube is shuffled, you don't see that you don't shuffle that much. And then you orientate the cube in the, you say some of the reveal. Okay, you're in the position of the cuber. Have you ever been in this country? No, I don't think so. Maybe I feel something that is around. Maybe it's around. I see a big monument that is not completely right. I think it's the Pisa Tower. Isn't? Are you in Italy? Yes. The kind of move I did was like Italian style. So because I saw it was the Italian thing that I saw in the coding system, I can reveal this. I can reveal the Pisa Tower. That can be an extra hit. And and then I say I'm now because it's Italy. It's a 16 move from the resolution. Italy, it's green, white. So green, white is green 6 plus 10, 16. So it's 16 move from the resolution. They are looking at the page, they say, okay, yes, that's it. I'm 16 move from the resolution. Say, okay, so I think we are linked together. If you're in Italy, 16 moves from the resolution, can you confirm that what you've got on the cube, what you've got on the page looks like what I've got on my cube? And then you have the matching that you've underlined that is far better than the first one you did at the beginning of the routine. So this is the structure of the routine. I've shared it with you like this. You can go back to watch the routine to see also all the subtleties I use. And if you want, what I do in the end, using false shuffling, I resolve the cube in exactly the number of moves that are on the pages. But that's not necessary. If you want, without knowing how to use the cube and without knowing how to false shuffle the cube, you can do all the routine I've just told you. But if you want to go a step further and solve the cube in that number of moves, you have to learn some false shuffle that I will share with you now. Enjoy. Okay, as I told you, you can also play with the structure of the routine. You can go into mentalism effect, you can do into memory effect, you can end the effect with magic effects with instance resolution and things like that. What I want to share with you now is that you have to, you can build whatever you want, thinking that, okay, I want to start with the solve cube and then explaining that I learned all these things like memorization things, and you know that because you memorize all the things, you know all the configuration and you can match. So you start from a solve cube and then you show that you can match a page in the cube and you are in memorization style effect, or you can perform it completely on the mentalism side effect. You start with picking information, and you make just a quick revelation effect with just a picked information, revealing time, revealing letters, revealing number of moves, and doing the matching effect. So this routine is very modular. You can go from something that is very, very short to something that can be a little longer. So just have fun with this routine, play with the configuration and the modularity of the reveals you can do, and hope you to see some of your creation with this project. Okay, now I want to give you some extra tips and ideas. First of all, there is something to be more convincing when you're performing Hcube. You need to perform some false shuffle. So I will share with you some false shuffle to help you be more consistent with what you're saying. If you're doing the routine I've shared with the I start with the cube that is shuffled at the beginning, so there's not a big issue being able to reproduce the configuration of the page without doing exactly the number of moves that is on the page, because the cube is already shuffled. But if you start from a solved cube and you go into a configuration that should be solved in 20 moves and you only do 6, because the Hcube algorithm is only 6 moves, there will be a discrepancy in the way you're in your performance. So you have to try to learn how to fast shuffle things. So the fast shuffle can be something very, very easy. It can be something that looks just like this. You turn one layer turn. And this looks like a shuffle, but we'll go in further detail about how to do some false shuffle. Another idea is to use the bookmark technique to make the pick. What I like is to use the bookmark to make the pick, and it makes it very deceptive, and it can be used as to make a distance between the peak and the revelation. It's I don't know, don't remember the English word. It's a forget parenthesis or something like this to make distance. So when you will do the pick, you will say, okay, just tell me stop whenever you want. Okay, here, and then you will point to the bookmark with the book, and saying, okay, just put the bookmark in the book, and doing like this, you look at the book and you pick the information, and you pick the information from the bottom, the person will put the bookmark in it, you put it on the table, then you explain what you're about to do, and you remember the color coding that you just picked, and then you ask them to open again the book, to have a look to the page, or you can open for them and show them on which page you want them to look. And because there is a distance between the moment you pick and the moment you give them, you may erase a little more the method, even if somebody starts to think about something. So I really like this technique. And if we have a closer look to what it would look like, when you make the pick, say, okay, just tell me stop here. Okay, just put the bookmark in it, and like this I get the information I need. The person put the bookmark and I put it on the table. So this is what I use as a technique. Another idea is to use the plus or minus one principle. This is an idea that came to me from the Svengali deck, and from also the Damsel principle that was developed by Andy the Jerks. I love his blog, it's great. And the idea is to give some kind of liberty in a forced situation. What I would say is that if you configured your cube, if the configuration of your cube is determined because you made it before the routine, like what I did in the routine I made, you're in a configuration of the left page, for example. If the person opens the book on the page and looks on the right side, you cannot make any matching or reveal the algorithm. So what you need to tell them is, okay, or ask somebody around them, okay, do you want to add one or to do plus one or minus one? the person will say +1, for example, they go on the page after, or -1, they go on the page before. With doing this, you go from a page on the right to a page on the left. So you're now in a situation in which you can make all the revelation you need, and you have given the person the sensation that what you did just give them a more freedom. So this can be a really good solution to when you prepare the cube before the effect. Last thing I can share with you is having a Rubik's Cube on a keyring. Having a Rubik's Cube on a keyring can be a really great solution to get information because you've got all the algorithm and all the things you need without to have the cube shuffled at the beginning of a routine, or even to have a Rubik's Cube. You will not do the matching effect, or you can use it as a prediction, but I don't really like this idea. You just have the Rubik's Cube on your keyring and you use it to pick the information you need. So those are some ideas I wanted to share with you to play with and to be more ideas with the use of Hcube. One last thing I wanted to share with you about the way you handle the cube. When you are doing the revelation of the algorithm, or you are using your peripheral vision to see the colors of the centers to start doing the revelation, because if you start with the cube that is already in the left page or the right page configuration, some people that may look very closely to the cube, or if you are doing this epic for the second time or third time, people may in the same sometime when you're doing strolling magic and you are in people are following you, they may want to have a closer look to the cube. And what I like to do when I do this, I tend to hide to kind of hide the cube in my hand. What I mean about that is not hiding completely the cube, but having most part of my hand covering the cube, so it doesn't prevent me from seeing the centers, but it helps me to hide most part of the cube as if I was just holding it. I change it from hand to hand to prevent to avoid the fact that the spectator may observe the cube while the other one is reading the algorithm. So, because sometimes when they are reading the algorithm, if you hold the cube like this, the spectator may see that another spectator may see that the configuration is the same, is matching the page. So what I'm doing, hiding the cube like this, so that even when I'm telling the algorithm that is in front of my eyes, people cannot see all the faces of the cube, and I'm reading what's written on the cube without the other spectator to see any other effect before they should happen. So this was something I wanted to share with you to help you handle the cube properly. Thank you very much. So now we'll talk about the last part of the routine that I like to do and that can be useful what I will share with you now can be useful in other situation is to solve the cube in the determined number of moves. So to do so, you can just use it for the last part of the routine or other effect that we will see after, like Chrono Cube and things like that. And how do you do that? To do that, you have to use false shuffles. And false shuffles, there are different style of false shuffles. As I told you, the first kind of false shuffle you can do is just rotating one side, and you rotate one side, you pause, you watch the cube, you turn the cube, and you undo the rotation you did, and then you observe the cube once again. When the cube is solved, this is not really convincing because doing like this, but when the cube is shuffled, so this is in a Hcube algorithm, you go like this, okay, and no, okay, like this. And when you turn the cube and you make this element. This is really convincing, and you can use this to as starting false shuffling. You can just rotate the first layer or so, make a pause, look at it, undo, or you can rotate twice the first layer, pause, and finalize the rotation to make a complete turn. There are. This is the easiest false shuffle you can do, and they are convincing when the cube is mixed. Then, when you want to have a look to different kind of mixing, there are false shuffles in a number of moves. This is what we are going to use to match a determined number of moves to solve the cube. So what does I mean by this? In 4 moves, it looks like this. So you can pause the video now to watch this, but I will share with you a focused version of that. This will be you lift, you turn, then you rotate, and you undo, and you re-rotate. So this is right, and then you turn the top to the here, and then you're on the left, and you turn to the right. So you see this is a symmetrical move. And like this, you do 4 moves. But if you pause while doing this, you look at the cube, and then you do that, it's convincing. So this is the way you can do this for 4 moves. There is also something else with 6 moves. 6 moves, this is almost the same thing, but with an extra move, as you may see, and because you undo, this comes to 6. So if we have a closer look, this goes like this, like before, and you undo the first one you did, and then you go like this, and you undo. So if we go once again, up, left, and then down, and then you turn, so this is a fast shuffle in 6 moves that you can use. There's a fast shuffle in 8 moves that exists. I thought all these fast shuffle, the first 2, I come up with them without doing that much thing. It was just I tried to do something in 4 and 6 moves. This is just moves on the cube. You can do whatever you want and undo whatever you want in a number of moves you do. These things, I thought I saw it in the Cube 3 project, but when I came back to this and I watched also the RD360, the Rubik's Dream, I didn't find the origin, so I don't remember if I come up with it. I found it somewhere, so I did see this. If there's the source right around here, just let me know, because I wonder where I found it. So what does it look like? In 8 false move, it looks like this. So I just start again. You just go back and lift, then you turn, and this is the same situation like the four moves that 4 fast shuffles we did before, and then you undo the first thing. So this is, you just do like this, and then this is the fake false shuffle with 4 moves. So this is just a close-up view so that you can see. You've got the picture, you can pause. Just have to toy with this, and you will have false shuffle in 4, 6, 8 moves. Then There is also something that doesn't come to a special number of movement. This is the sexy move. The sexy move is something you may know if you know how to solve a cube. This is something that you can do thinking about to this some kind of square move, because you up, left, and then you go back as if you were going through a square and then go back. So it looks like a move that that goes you go there, then down, then there. So it's some kind of square move, but you only do this with the right side of the cube. So let me explain it clearly, I hope. So you've got up on the left, and then you go down and directly to the right. And if you do this 6 times, so I did it once, so to the right, up, left, down, right, up, left, down, right, up, left, down, right, and one last time, up, left, down, right. And at 6 times you do this, you do the resolution. So up, left, down, right, 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 and up, left, down, right. 6 times, it looks like you've shuffled the cube. So when you've got it in your hand, you see, if you want to act as if you were a cuber, it's something that is convincing. But also it depends on what you want to share with your spectator. So when you've done that, you know how to file shuffle the cube, so you can do the last phase of what I share with you, is solving the cube in a determined number of moves. For example, because you know that the cube is, if the person is on a page which is 14 moves, and you know, for example, if you take Ryland Lynch is a page in 14 moves, because Ryland starts with R equals 4, 4 plus 10 equals 14. So Ryland Lynch, this configuration should be solved in 14 moves. To solve this configuration in 14 moves, what you need to do is to do, because you have to do the solve of the Hcube algorithm, you will do 6 moves, and to go to 14 you have to add 8 false moves. So because you know the 8 false shuffle, I mean, you know you have to do the 8 move false shuffle followed by the solving of the Hcube algorithm. So if we go in this example, I put in 2, 1, 1, 2, and the trigger move. Now if I want to solve this in 14 moves, I do the 8 move false shuffle. That goes like this. So I did 8, it didn't do anything. I'm still here with my stem and my arrow. And then I go to undo my trigger move and 2, 1, 1, 2. So if I count now what I've just done, now I'm here. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. And now you're able to solve the cube and all the configuration in the book, just trying to make the mathematical in your head. Okay, you have to solve it in 16 moves. So in 16 moves, it will be 16 minus 6 of the Hcube algo solving. It will be 10 false moves to do 10 false moves. It will be the 4 false move shuffle and the 6 false move shuffle, and then the resolution of the H3 algo. If you want to do 18 moves, you have to do 18 minus 6, which is the solving of the Hcube algorithm. It's 12, so you can do a false shuffle of 8 moves plus a false shuffle of 4 moves, which equal 12. Then the 6 move, so the Hcube resolution moves, and you are to 18. And if you want to go to the 20 resolution number of moves, 20 minus 6 equals 14. 14, it's a 6 false move shuffle plus an 8 false move shuffle, and then the resolution of the Hcube algorithm. So now you're able to solve every configuration in a determined number of moves. Hope you will enjoy these extra things. Once you've learned everything, you see it's pretty easy to do. As I told you in the previous video, with the algorithm you can go further using the letters. What I did for you is I create 3 progressive anagrams to help you make some reveals about the country. Because you are on an effect around the world champion of Rubik's Cube, there are countries that are involved. You can have the person think of a country that can be forced. You may use the book to go somewhere else in the end. For example, you have the algorithm and you will say to the spectator, okay, you're on the your page on because you've picked the information, you didn't reveal the information. Now, for example, I know on this page I'm on the green-white coding on the left side. So green-white, if I've got the cube orientated properly in my hand, I can see that the letters are F, L, L, D, L. And the first 5 letters, and U, if you know, for the 6th and so forth and so on. So because of that, I can say, give me a number between 1 and 5, and the person will give me a number. For example, they give me 4. I know this will be a D. And also, the first one would be F, and the third one would be L. So I can have them think of a country starting with this letter. So I would say maybe you're on the page of a guy, maybe you already been in this country. Just take a letter and think, okay, the 4th letter, think of a country starting with this letter. So what does I mean about that? I create 3 progressive anagrams. So there are 3 letters in this algorithm. You know, there are 6 letters, F, D, B, L, U, and R. And I created progressive anagrams for 3 of them. So you've got 50% of chance of having these letters to be used in the representation you may want to do. So for example, if the person, you know that on the algorithm there is a F, for example, on the page I was talking about, there is F in the first position. I could say directly, okay, go in the algorithm on the person, maybe take the first letter of the algorithm, and could you think of a country starting with this letter? It's not a country maybe of the page, but think of a country starting with this letter. So because I know this is yellow on my cube, so this is a F in this algorithm, the person will think of a country starting with a F. So I created the progressive anagram, and if the person, you will have to say N, O, and R, and if you go through this, if on the A they say yes, you know that you can go on to the N and to the R, but if they say no, you know they are thinking of Fiji, and you can transform this no into it, because this is the A of Australia. Maybe I see you should be close to this island, or this is the I of the island. Maybe that makes sense to me now. There is a I, maybe 2 I in the word. This is Fiji you are thinking about. So you can do like this. If this is, you've got 2 yes in the end, there are 2 yes, they will be on France or on Finland. And this is when you say R, they will say yes or no. If they say yes, you know they are on France. If they say no, you know they are on Finland. And you can turn the no into a hit saying, oh no, this is the R, the air of the atmosphere, because this is a cold atmosphere, maybe the air of winter. I feel something around that. There is a really cold winter there. Is this something in the north, like Finland or something like so? So you can reveal the Finland. Another progressive anagram is around the D. So you can force Djibouti or Denmark or Dominican Republic. And if you say the A and K for the anagram, and if on the A they say no, you can say, oh, I think this is the, when I say about A, it's A about Africa. I was thinking, I think you're on in this area. So the A of Africa, this is a country in Africa, and maybe it's a small country like, isn't it Djibouti you're thinking of? So you turn also the no into a yes. If they say yes on the K, in the end, this is Denmark. If they say no, you can say the K, maybe it's the sound of the K of the Caribbean. So you're close to that place. Maybe it's a Dominican Republic, maybe something like that. So you can also turn the no into yes. The last progressive anagram I did was with the R. And with the R, you can use, you always have it on the A. Then you say the I, you will have a yes also. You can say, and if it's no, it's just Wanda that you will have. This is one of, you don't turn the no into a hit. You just put the situation into the spectator, saying, okay, you're talking about the just focus a little more on the country, as if it was it's his or her fault that you don't get the information. And if you go okay on the A, on the I, you can talk about repeating letters, and then you arrive on the S, and if it's a yes, it's Russia. If it's no, you can use the S of East, of the S in the center of the major country, which is Bucharest, and they are thinking of Romania. So with this, you can use the algorithm and the letters, force a letter because you know which letter is where on the face on the cube. If I have a closer look here, for example, if I was in this orientation, I know that here I can force the R that is in 5th position. If I was on this on a page like this. If I was on a page like this, I know I can force a R in 2nd or 3rd position, or a F in the 4th position. If I was like this, I can force F or D. You know, so this is the idea around using the algorithm to go somewhere else, to force a country and do a progressive anagram. So have fun with this. Okay, this effect is the objective of this effect is to make the solving the thought of color by the spectator to be matched on the Rubik's Cube, which means that you solve one faces of the cube which matches the color thought by the spectator. I first discovered this effect in Carline's Cube effects, and I was really impressed with that effect, but I wanted to find a way to do that without having to, with being able to go back to a solved cube quickly afterwards. So I discovered in Takamizu's Penguin Light in 2017 that he uses an algorithm. I have a modification of this algorithm which I switch some elements from that it does in the end to the beginning. It looks something like this, and to help you understand exactly what we are about to do is we are about to ask a spectator to think of a color on the little cube that is on the pages, that when they are before in the routine, I have them think of that color and I reveal an emotion. Here they have them look at the color on this small cube, the color on the left, on the right, or on the top, so you know what color they are thinking of, and you are going to solve on your cube only the color that is that they are thinking of. This is not completely true, because with this algorithm you are solving something that is you are solving the two opposite faces, and the idea is to do that with these 6 moves. So how does it work? For example, let's imagine the person thinks of the white color. You will do something like this. And you undo the moves, and then you rotate the center layer. Now you solve like this. So to do now, what you need to do, you can scramble the faces using the algorithm, the H3 algorithm, and once you want to put it into their end, you will just solve the Hcube algorithm and show the matching. And then you will do exactly the same as before and solve the cube back. So this is exactly the way it works. They think of the white. You do opposite moves. It goes down, it goes up. To turn, it goes down, it goes up, and then the centerpieces moves. You see the way it looks like here, to remember to the end to do what you want. Then you do, if you want the Hcube algorithm, remember the orientation, you take it in, you erase what you do, and then when you're here, you can make the reveal. So now, when you're in this situation, you undo what you did at the beginning, and you do exactly the same move as before. And you're back to a solved situation. So this is the setup. You can pause the video again. This is the solve, and this is how you can do a matching effect of a configuration that is thought of a color that is thought by the spectator. I really recommend you to have a look to the refractor project from KFJ. In this, he does an algorithm that is really interesting to match only one color on the face of on the Rubik's Cube. This algorithm is really interesting. It's longer to learn, but Cave makes some things to remember the way to do that. And there is also something that's close to that has been developed by and promoted by Henri Arius in a book from a Russian guy, Evgeny, and I don't remember his name, I'm sorry, which is called Cube Maestro. And in this booklet, there is an algorithm also to match only one color. So this is a very, very interesting thing to look at. So enjoy this effect. Here is another idea to make a cube in a cube reveal based on, because you've got, once again, this little cube with orientation, you've got 3 colors in this orientation. So I wanted to have the idea, I wanted to create something to be able to solve this little 3-color cube in the cube. And I thought about something I saw in a Cube 3 project, and I just need to add an extra move on the algorithm. This is the basis from the beautiful imagination solve from Steven Brundage. I don't share with you the way he does the imagination solve, but this is an alteration of its algorithm to have the configuration of a cube in a cube. I also try to contact Steven Brundage, so thank you very much for creating this, having me think about this new possibility around the creation you did. And what does it look like? The setup looks like this. So it's just 5 moves. This comes for the back, as you know now. And how does it look like? If we want to have something to solve this, or if we take what we have, it was white, right, blue, red. This will be on the left, and it will go like this, you know, like, and this is the extra move like this. So everything is mixed except this cube in the cube. So you can do an extra algo to hide this configuration or put in the end of the spectator and they do the reveal. What you need to remember is to watch and be careful to this. You need to remember that there is this kind of configuration with two stickers of one color that make this kind of configuration. And when you're in this configuration, to solve the cube, you just have to do a quarter turn, then you turn into your end, quarter 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 turn. Which means, if I do again, for this kind of cube, green, white, red, like this, and like that. And then you see, this is properly solved. Now, I just need to have this little square here, repairing, seeing where this configuration of two stickers is there, and then a quarter turn, I turn the cube into my hand, quarter turn, and a quarter turn. So this is an interesting reveal you can do to do the cube in the cube effect. And also using this, this configuration, you can, if you observe properly the cube, you can do false shuffle, put this configuration, use false shuffle, and then go into your back and say, if you want to have a style when you say, I'm very good, I'm cubing, I just want you to warm up, you go into your back and you do what I told you before. So I just do the quarter turn each time, and with one hand, in the end, I come and I make a solving in the back with just one hand. So this is exactly the same as before. You just do false shuffle if you want, and then I just do in my back, quarter turn, quarter turn, quarter turn, quarter turn, and quarter turn, and you've got the resolution in your back. Now I just want to share with you a quick idea around the color matching effect. Before I talked with you about this little keyring, and this is just an extra idea I want to share with you because I never really performed it for the moment, but it came to me after the release of the project, and I wanted to share it with you now. This idea is to use this little cube with the configuration of the right pages or the left pages, and when the spectator is on a page, for example, if he's on the page that is, I don't know, let's take again Ryland Lynch. You've got Ryland Lynch, which is RL, so red, white. I just orientate it not in the from my point of view, but from the spectator's point of view. So it doesn't matches the configuration of the pages, but I can see from my side the configuration he sees on the pages. So what I know now is that all the colors that I see, so from here, all the colors that I see, because here there is a Ryland Lynch, and we'll see like this. This will not be a Ryland Lynch because my cube is in my keyring cube is on the right side configuration. So imagine Flora Dickman if you want to have a look on your book too. So Flora Dickman, it's FD. So I need to orientate it from the spectator standpoint FD. So I know that if he looks at the cube, he will see all these colors. So if I ask him to have a look to, for example, just take the center cube on the left and the color, maybe color the hair, so it will be white. It's not that good idea. But take the centerpiece on the in front of you and color the legs. and take the centerpiece maybe on the right and color the something else. But you can, I dealt with the center cube, but you can use the first layer, you can use the first column, you can do whatever you want, and you can ask the spectator, another spectator, say, okay, tell me a number between 1 and 9. So go on the left side of the cube and take the third color, for example. If you say 3, so you know what is the third color of this the spectator is thinking of. You go to another spectator, say, okay, take the fifth color from the right side, and you know what is the fifth color he's thinking of. So you can use it. You can use this little keyring as the color match, or use a big Rubik's Cube that is orientated from the spectator standpoint in the proper orientation, so that you can see what he sees without watching at the book. So you got a lot of information regarding colors. Okay, now we'll discuss about Cubeless. What is Cubeless? Cubeless is the routine that is based on the 2 pages that are the special pages that I told you exists in the book. These pages are made and are marked, then they are marked with a little dot in the angle, in the 4 angle, so you can see that you're on the pages. They are the page 40 and 41. They are in this position so that it's easier for you to force them when you go a riffle stop, when you do a riffle force. So to do a riffle force, you just have to see where these pages are. 40, for example. Like this, you put your little finger in the book, and when they say stop, you just push on your little finger like this, so that it opens. So tell me stop whenever you want. Okay, stop. Okay, and you push with your finger, and it opens, and they are on the page. So this is a way to force it. You can also cut, have a shorter page. But the idea of these pages is to be able to do a Rubik's Cube effect without having any Rubik's Cube. So what is special about this page? These pages have real cuber on the pages, donc no coding within the initials. This means that this person exists. If you want to name it at the beginning, if the performance is shot on camera, people may want to go back and they want to know, does this person exist? Yes, they exist. I Savage and Kim-Min exist. The resolution time exists also. There are no coding. So the idea was to be able, when you perform this effect and people are shooting this effect on camera, you know that they, if they go back to this and they want to verify something, they can verify the time and the name of the people and the country they come from. But there are so you have to remember the time of this person if you want to reveal them. So it's not that complicated. It's just two times to remember. It's 7:30 and 7:91. So you will easily remember. So you know that 7 is on both pages. Then there are things that respect the structure of the coding system, which is the country. So this is the real country, but it respects the coding system, and this respects the coding system, but it's not the color that match directly. This is the for example, for Great Britain, United Kingdom, it's not red blue, it's orange blue, because if somebody should do the performance in camera and they try to find a flag somewhere, this is not something they will see in the coding. The same thing with South Korea. This is the orange blue and not the red blue coding. This is in purpose that I did that. There is a fake number of moves that respect the coding system. So when you know when you pick the color, you know the number of moves. And the algorithm can be revealed also, but it's not the same system as the one we saw before. The configuration, you cannot make a matching with the cube, then you can reveal it in another way, thanks on a paperboard, for example. And so this can be done on stage, and it can be done also without any cube. So how does it work? The algorithm is what I first started to think when I developed Hcube. I thought I need to hide the algorithm system in the title of the book, but it was too complicated to have different algorithm on each pages based on the title of the book. So for these pages, I use that, and you will see that Harry Savage, the algorithm is, you just have to say in your head the algorithm that exists. What does that mean? Is that you say R, L, U, F, L, each time the color changes, L, D, F, D, R, R, U, B. So R, L, U, F, L, D, and you will see this is the algorithm. So you if you have the book in front of you, or if you have the bookmark in front of you, you just have to remember to say the title of the book, and you will have the algorithm. And because they are on this page 18 moves, you have to go once again you restart here and you stop on the right. Okay, so you go there and you stop at legends. So you will have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, and 18 on the D. So it disappears due to my face, but on the D it's 18. So this is for Harry Savage, and for Kim Min, this is exactly the same, but this is done, you start, because you start from, it is on the right side of the pages, you start at the right side of the title, so it starts at legends, and you go from D, F, D, R, R, U, B, and also forth and so on. So you just have to reveal it until the end. So you end at B and you restart at the R, because you just finished on the right, on the R of right. So this is how you reveal the algorithm on these pages. So you see, you don't have to have any cube, you just have to have the book, or to remember the name of the book to say that. So let's talk about the external cubes. The external cubes have got a special structure that you can reveal on a paperboard. The reveal is based on the title of the book. So let's have a closer look. Where are when I talk about the external cube, this means that on the right page you can reveal the cube that is the most on the right, on the left page is the cube that is the most on the left. So how does it work? You just have to go from left to right on the cube and tell the algorithm that is, not the algorithm, the color coding that is hidden in the title. What does that mean? First of all, you have to lock the center. So because you know this is Harry Savage from Great Britain, which is blue-orange, you lock the center blue, orange, and yellow. So this color will be locked. So if you want on the paperboard, you can already color this color. Then you have to go from left to right and say in your head the algorithm and color with the color that matches these things. So this is R for the R here. I will zoom a little to help you more here. So this is R, L, U, so for top to bottom, and from left to right. Then so R, L, U, then F, L, D. So F, because this is lock, this is L, but then you go there, D. Then F, D, R, F, D, R, then R, U, B, R, U, B. And then you start again with R, L, U, L, U, then F, L, D, so F, L, D, then you go on the top face, from left to right, F, D, R, then R, U, B, but now on the top layer, you will jump this color. It will be R, U, B. So you don't go through this color. And then you repeat one last time to last two letter, UB. Like it was the cube and again the cube. You repeat again the cube. So I tried to put the letter in one orientation, other orientation. The best orientation I found, and having no much memory work to do, it was to go from left to right, from top to bottom, and from left to right, respecting that you are on the left side of the booklet. So you go from left to right in column, then from left to right on the top, jumping the centerpiece and repeating in the end the cube information. So this is for Harry Savage, and when you go for Kim Min, this is exactly the same approach, but for Kim Min, because this is a page on the right, you do the same thing, but from the right starting point. So it's RLU, like here, RLU, then FLD, FLD. Remember, the centerpieces are locked due to orientation of the color. Orange, blue, so the last color is white. So these three colors are locked. Then FDR, which are FDR. Then you've got RUB, RUB. And then you start again. RLU, RLU, FLD, FLD, then RDF, RDF from, FDR from right to left, FDR, RUB, R, you jump the centerpieces like before, UB, and you repeat the idea of cube once again, UB. So, once again, from top to bottom and left to right. Left to right, right to left. Sorry, my English started to give me some issues. So, because you're on the right page on the book, you start from the right, right to left, right to left, right to left, and then right to left, right, jump the centerpieces to left, right to left, and you repeat cube in the end. So this is the idea around these external cubes, and then concerning the internal cubes, I try to find a solution, because this performance could be shot in camera and pictures could be made. I need to have the orientation on the opposite faces of the cube that need it to be true. So I need to make sure that the corners were correct. I need to be sure that the angle pieces were correct and all the things. So I try to figure out a solution in which I can still make a revelation on the internal cube. And the solution I found was around flags. So you can still make a revelation on these internal cubes, but only on the right face of the cube that is on the right, and on the left face of the right cube that is on the left. And what do you see here is that you've got flags. So on Harry Savage, it goes from Brazil, France, and Japan. And for Kim Min, it goes from Japan, South Korea, and India. And once you understand that, you can make the revelation you need for the internal cube. So on Cubeless, what you need to understand is that you can reveal the algorithm without any issue, thinking of the title, revealing the color on the paperboard on the external cubes, using the matching system of the letter color coding, doing the information for the Harry Savage page from left to right, and for Kim In from right to left, and for the internal cube using the flag technique. So you can force with an equivoque the external cube or the internal cube or the faces of the cubes the way you want. You have a lot of revelation that can be done without a cube on these pages. So I hope you will enjoy this cubeless effect. Okay, so now let's talk about some effect that you can do with the chronometer. One of the effects, which is Chrono Cube, which would be the first we will talk about, is something that can be done without the Hcube book test. The other one are using the Hcube book test. What's the idea behind Chrono Cube? Chrono Cube is an effect in which you will ask the spectator to launch the chronometer, and then you will solve the cube in a determined amount of moves which are seen on the chronometer. So the idea behind that is that you have to set up your cube in the Hcube algorithm or another algorithm for which you know the number of moves to solve it. So imagine you are using the Hcube algorithm. So I do the Hcube algorithm from the left page, 2, 1, 1, 2 plus the trigger move. You can use the one from the right page if you want, but you just have to know in what algorithm you are to start this effect. What you will tell the spectator is, okay, I've got a shuffle cube. I just want you to launch the chronometer, and don't go, just stop as soon as you reach the 10 second. I don't want to go further, and I will try to be in time. And just let me know as soon as you launch it, and you tell me stop as soon as you reach 10 seconds. Once you've said that to the spectator, what you will have to do is to do false shuffles to be at the end of the cycle as soon as you reach 10 seconds. So you will be back to the Hcube algorithm setup. How to do that? If you do 6 sexy moves and an 8 false shuffle, you should be around this 10 seconds. So I will show you in real time how it looks like. And then we will use the elements on the chronometer to determine the number of moves we have to do to solve the cube. So let's have a closer look to what it looks like. If we take the chronometer, it looks like this. So just imagine the spectator launch the chronometer, and they say, so I will do 6 sexy moves plus an 8 false shuffle, 8 move false shuffle. So here I'm in the Hcube configuration. As you can see, I just do it again. The orientation from abracadabra, 2, 1, 1, 2 plus the trigger move. And then I launch 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, sexy move, the 8 false shuffle move. I look at the cube, I do maybe 2 other, and they stop. Okay, at that moment, I can say, okay, we've reached an amount on the chronometer, so it's 1085. And what I will do at that moment, I will use the 1085 to solve the cube and use it the way I want it to make sure that it helps me to solve the way I want it. How does it work? I will use just the element after the seconds, or use the one in the seconds to be on an even number of moves. How does it work? I've got 85, it equals 13. So I would say to the spectator, okay, I could have predicted the 10, but it would have been more complicated for me to predict the 85 because the number are moving so fast that it's impossible for me to predict them. So let's try to use 8 plus 5 plus 1 plus 0. So it will be 1 plus 8, it's 9. 9 plus 5, it's 14. So now I will try to solve the cube in 14 moves. I didn't told you I will be able to solve the cube in 1085. I told you I will be in time. Like in music, you know, you have to follow the tempo to be at the proper moment on the proper beat. And now this is the same thing. I want it to be in time, in your time. So it was 1085. 1 plus 0 plus 8 plus 5 equals 14. Let's try to solve it in 14 moves. So now what you will do is remembering that the Hcube algorithm is of 6 moves to solve it. So you do 14 minus 6, now you are 8. You just have to do an 8 false shuffle, an 8 move false shuffle plus the Hcube algorithm solve to be in the resolution situation. So let's have a closer look to what it looks like. It would be the 8 false shuffle moves, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then the Hcube solve, you eliminate the trigger moves and 2, 1, 1, 2. And I'm at 14 moves for the resolution. If the number after the chronometer would have been, I don't know, 48, I would have only used 48. 4 plus 8 equals 12. I would have made a resolution with 12 minus 6 for the solve of the Hcube algorithm. So I would have need to do a 6 false shuffle, 6 move false shuffle. And I didn't use the 10. I didn't use the 1 in the 10 to be on an even number. So you will have to use, I like it because it's like jazz magic, you use what it is on the chronometer to modify the parity of the number to be on an even number to be able to do false shuffles to solve it. So if you were on 99, you will use 9 plus 9, it was 18, and you make the resolution. 43, for example, it's 4 plus 3 is 7, plus 1 of the 10, it's 8. And you do all the things to be able to solve in the number of moves you want to use it. Hope you will enjoy it and have fun with ChronoCube. I just want to talk about what could happen in two different possibilities when you're doing ChronoCube, and in which you will have to use a secret move, because when you ask the spectator to stop just once he has reached the bar of 10 seconds, it can be a range of elements going from 10.00 to 10.99, and in almost every situation you are able to be on an even number to do the false shuffle and the solve, but because you can use the 1 that is hidden in the 10 seconds to add it to an odd number of hundredths. So for example, if you are on 37, you can have 3 plus 7 equal 10. So it's okay to do the number of false shuffle plus the resolution. But if you are on 38, it will be 3 plus 8 equals 11. So you will use the 1 in the 10 to be on 12 moves and to do 6 move false shuffle and then the 6 move of the resolution of the Hcube algorithm. But if you are between 10 and 10.03, there could be a moment where it will be complicated. So most of the time it's impossible that the person just stop after 10. They may go over 10.03, but in this situation you may want to use a subtlety. So what the subtlety of secret move. So what are the case in which there may be an issue? This is when the person is on 10:01, so just after 10, almost impossible, because if it's at 10:00, you can do it in 10 moves. If it's at 10:01, it's 10 plus 1, so it's 11, or it's 2, but the algorithm cannot be solved in 2 moves, so it would be 11. So in this situation, you will have to do a secret move, a secret move to be at a resolution of 11 moves. So what does it look like? It looks like something like this. You would be in a situation where you're in the Hcube algorithm. I'm on the left page algorithm. And then before I do my false shuffle, I will just need to cancel one of the move, or to do already one of the move of the resolution. So how do I do that? I do this like just while talking, and I may just turn my hand like this and start canceling one of the moves, or doing one of the moves of the resolution, just while talking with the spectators. And this enabled me to be at 5 moves from the resolution. And when you now have a look to what you have to do, you're in this configuration, you do the fast move, just moving your hand. And then to do 11 moves, I just need to go 11 minus 5 now. So 11 minus 5 is 6. I just need to do a 6 false shuffle, 6 moves false shuffle. So it would be 1, 2, 3, rotation, 1, 2, 3. And then I just need to go for the first element of the resolution, so the last trigger move that I need to solve, and then the 2, 1, 1, 2. And this is exactly the same when you are at 10:03, because if the spectator stops at 10:02, you can do 10 plus 02 equal 12. If they are at 10:04, 10 plus 2 equal plus 10:04, 10 plus 4 equal 14. If there are 10:05, you can go to 5 plus 1 equals 6, which is the exact number of moves of the Hcube algorithm. But if you are on 10:03, you will be at 13 or 4 moves. And 4 moves, it's too, you don't have enough move to do the Hcube algorithm. But when you are on 13, you can do the exact same technique as for 11 moves. You just need to cancel 1 move and then do the resolution. So how does it look like? It's the same thing. You're in the configuration of the Hcube algorithm. You do the same thing, erasing a move, and then you will do the, because now it's 13 minus 5, because I've already done 1 move for the resolution. So 13 minus 5 is 8. So now I just need to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So it's the 8 move false shuffle. And then cancel the last, the other trigger move that have been not undone for the moment. And 2, 1, 1, 2. So now I've solved the cube in 13 moves. So for all the other situation between 10 and 1099, you're able to do the Chrono Cube effect. But when it's 10:03 or 10:01, you need to cancel or to do one of the first move of the resolution of the Hcube algorithm. I wanted to share this with you for you not to have this kind of problem when you're performing Chrono Cube. So now we'll talk about an idea around using the chronometer and out. So because you know the Hcube setup, you just have to set up your cube, take a piece of paper and draw on a piece of paper this configuration and this configuration and this configuration, all the configuration of the 6 faces of the algorithm you did. So it could be, you have to choose if it's the left page configuration or the right page configuration with the Hcube algorithm. And once you've done that, You put it in your multiple out, just remembering what color are in which position in your multiple out. So you can use a wallet. I don't want to make the promotion of my wallets. It could be the H wallet, the signature wallet, or just an index you want to use. Never mind. What you need to do is to have a 6 out index with all the 6 faces configuration drawn on it. And what you will do is you will, at the beginning of the routine, use the, you can just have a spectator think of any color they want, or just you force them through the orientation cube and you will know what color they have in mind. And once you've done that, you just do the exact same thing as in Chrono Cube. They launch the cube for 10 seconds and you say, I will not try to be in the proper configuration. I will try to be in a solving moment. I will try to be at the proper time for you. So you make the false shuffling. So it could be 6 sexy moves plus an 8 false shuffle. You just have to train yourself to make sure how long it takes you to do the false shuffle, to be at the end of a cycle, and to be in the end in the Hcube configuration, Hcube algorithm configuration. Once you're there, so the spectator launch the chronometer, you will do the algorithm to be in the proper moment on your cube. So they launch the chronometer, you do the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 sexy move, maybe 8 move false shuffle. And now I'm in the configuration. I can toy a little more with the cube. As soon as they say stop, I stop playing. I'm in the Hcube configuration setup. And you say, okay, you stop me and you were thinking of a color. What was the color you were thinking of? You show the face of the spectator is thinking of. So if you're thinking of red, you show the face with the red center. If they are thinking of white, you show the face with the white center, blue, the face with the blue center. And you can show that the out you have in your wallet matches the configuration that is on the face of the Rubik's Cube. And even if you want, you could have taken out the out before you were starting shuffling, because as soon as you know the color they are thinking of, you can take out from the wallet the out. You can take out of the wallet the out you will be on, because all the things you will do is false shuffling the cube and arriving on the Hcube configuration mode. So to recap, you've got your cube set up in the Hcube algorithm. Then you have 6 out on which you've drawn all the colors that are on each faces. You just have to false shuffle your cube. As soon as spectator says stop, you show the face corresponding to the color you're thinking of. The center is giving you the proper face, and you show that your prediction matches what you were thinking of. Thank you very much. Okay, now I would like to talk about A-tap matching. It's anytime at any page. The idea is it's in the same line like the Chrono Cube effect and the other effect I just shown you with the multiple out, is using the chronometer, the Hcube configuration, to make a matching of what's on the pages of what is on the page of Hcube. So how do you do that? You choose a configuration that you will go in, the left page or right page, and then you will ask the spectator to launch the chronometer and to stop just before it reaches 10, not too soon, but between 9 and 10. And then they launch the chronometer, and you will do the configuration, for example, in my case, of the left page. And as soon as I will look at the chronometer that is going on, to see as soon as we are close to 9 to be at the end of cycle, as I told you before, to be in the Hcube algorithm configuration. So You can start from a solved cube or from a shuffled cube. You just have to train yourself to make sure that you know how many moves you have to do to be between at the proper moment between 9 and 10 seconds, doing false shuffles and at that moment being in the Hcube algorithm setup. So let's try an example with the algorithm with the cube already solved. If I was launching the chronometer, it will look like this. Let's try. So it will go like this. Okay, and then I stop and I stop there. Now I'm in the Hcube configuration 927, and you say to the spectator that what you will do, you didn't want it to solve the cube to go somewhere else, but you say sometime what we do as a meaning, and you say that that you will try to use the time. We could have predicted the 9 seconds, but the 27 it would have been more complicated. And what I will do is say, okay, you will take the book and we'll just add the number of the seconds that are on the chronometer. So if I do 9 plus 27, it's 36. Let's go on the 36th page. They will open the 36th page. And because it's an even number, you will see that the page that you're on matches the configuration of the cube. Because this is you are on the left page configuration on your cube, you've done all the false shuffle to be at the end of a cycle, and you can show that it matches. And as you see, I've used the 9 of the seconds to add it up with the 27 to be on an even number. If I was in the configuration of the right page, I would have used the 27 and not the 9. So you will have also to judge at that moment to see what's the best thing for you to use to be on an even page or a not page, depending on what configuration you have put on your Rubik's Cube. So what you need to do is, as soon as the chronometer stops and you see where it is, and you just need to think, okay, I will need to use the 9 or not to be on the number that matches the side of the book I want. Just last recap, if it was 26 on the 9.26, I would not have used the 9 because I'm on a configuration of left page. I would just have used the 26, go into the 26th page and shown the configuration. Because it was 27, I've used the 9 to add it up to the 27 to be on 36 and to be on the left side of the book because I'm in the configuration of the left side. Hope this is clear for you. Just enjoy with this effect. Okay, let's talk about the any card at any move effect. This effect is based on the idea of using the odds around the Rubik's Cube, the odds around a shuffle deck of cards. So this is 43 quintillion possibilities, and there are a factor of 52 possibilities on a shuffle deck of cards. What you will do is ask the spectator to, do you have any a card in mind? You say, for example, 3 of spades. You just use the death technique from Juan Tamariz, acting as if you didn't listen to it, and say, what we'll never produce, because there are 43 quintillion possibilities in a shuffle cube. There are factorial 52 possibilities on the deck of cards. I just want you, we will shuffle the cube and the playing cards for 10 seconds. And we'll try something. Just before, can you just tell me stop whenever you want? They say stop. You put the bookmark in the book. You've picked the color. So for this instance, this is the orange that I've shown as the first color, and I will retain in my mind 20. Because orange equals 20 for the number of moves. Now, somebody launch a chronometer, and you do the mixing as we did before. So I will be in a configuration of a left page, and I will do file shuffles like in Hcube, and file shuffles, and to be at the end of a cycle as soon as we reach 10 seconds to be in the Hcube algorithm configuration. So the spectator shuffles the card, I shuffle the cube, and I'm at the end of a cycle, stop at the chronometer, I say, okay, I think we've done something that will be never reproduced. And what you said, you just have a look to the deck of cards, you look at the deck of cards, and you search for the 3 of spades, and you put it in the 20th position as culling the card between the under the spread. So you remember the way you curl and I think you already know how to curl a playing card, but this would look something like this. Curling a playing card, you've got you're searching for the 3 of spades, for example, and you say, okay, I think this deck is properly shuffled. I've never seen, so the curling is just taking the card under the spread. If I like this, and with my finger I just take it under the spread, and I go, and I will need to put it in the 20th position. So how do you do that? You just have to count while talking. So it's not that easy, you have to train a little, but see, okay, there are 3, 3, 3, so I'm 9, and again 3, 3, 3, I'm at 18, and then I will put here 19, and so 20. I put here like this, and I say, okay, I think the deck is properly shuffled, so let's try something. You've put the bookmark somewhere, the deck is shuffled, the cube is shuffled. Let's see if we are at the proper time of what we are doing. And you, as a spectator, you put the bookmark somewhere in the book, and we'll try to see something. Is everything is working well together? So we're on page 20. What would it be funny if, and you look at the cube, and it matches the page? You say, what? That is exactly the configuration. Then you see the number of moves, 20 moves. It should mean that I'm at 20 moves from the resolution. Let's try. And you were thinking of a card before. It was what card was what you're thinking of? They were thinking of the 3 of spades. Okay, 3 of spades. And we are 20. Let's try to see if we can do something together. So, and now you will make the resolution in 20 moves using file shuffle. So 20 moves, it's 20 minus 6, which is the number of moves to solve the Hcube algorithm. So it's 14. 14 moves, you will have to do an 8 file shuffle, 8 file shuffle, and 6 move file shuffle, then the resolution. So you will do this as the spectator is turning over the playing card. So each time you turn the card face up, you're making a move. So it will be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. And at each time, the spectator is turning over card 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. And you end up solving the cube. He ends up on his playing card, and you can just make a pause when you're at 19. You say 19 and just together turning and 20. So this is an idea that I've got with the Rubik's Cube. It's just play with this idea. You don't have to do exactly like this. I wanted to try to melt the odds. This is an extra thing I wanted to share with you. You can also give everything to the spectator and have the time to curl the card while they are mixing the cube. If you use an Hcube gimmick on RD360, what does it mean? They shuffle the deck, then they shuffle the cube, and you put the cube in a bag in the RD360 in Gimmick or Hcube Gimmick. And in the bag, you've locked the mix cube in the configuration of a left or right page. And at that moment, when you put it in the page, in the bag, they've shuffled the cube, and you have all the time you need before or after to watch what is the configuration, where to put the card in the deck. So if I recap, try to be clear, at the beginning they are shuffling the deck. They've named the card. You did the technique. You take the deck of cards. You get it. It seems to be shuffled. You give them the Rubik's cube. You curl the card to put it at the proper place. You take back the cube. You put it in a bag. You say, okay, we don't know if everything matched for the moment, but what you've done is that you've put everything together to be able at the end to show that the configuration matches what's on the page of the book, and the card is exactly at the number of moves that's on the page. The only drawback of that is that you cannot solve the cube because it's hidden inside a gimmick. Hope you will enjoy this effect. Have fun with it. Now in this section I would like to talk about some ideas with extra gimmicks. So here I will talk about gimmicks like Hcube and RD360. Those of you who owns the Hcube may recognize this bag. In this bag I have got the gimmick which is in the left page configuration, the Hcube book test, and a solve cube plus a shuffle cube. So there is shuffle cube in the Hcube gimmick that is open, a solve cube, and my my Hcube book test. I come to spectator and say and ask as if are we eating popcorn, because this is what's written here. So it's I go something like this. I say, are you a competitor? Have you ever won something in a competition or not? Okay, I would like you to try to be a competitor, and this will be the first idea behind Think Like a Cuber. So I would like to feel like as if you were a champion. Would you, for example, there are champion from Rubik's Cube. You know this game. I just would like you to solve it. You have I give it to the spectator, and I say you have 5 seconds. So I put it into their hand. I say, okay, just 5 seconds, and they do this. As soon as I count to 5, I stop. Too late. I just show you the way it works, and I put this into the bag like this. And say, okay, just trust me. I hope I will manage, and I take the cube solved like this. So while doing this, I put their shuffle cube into the Hcube or the RD360 gimmick, which matches a left page in my book test. I say, okay, this is like this that works. And people say, but there is an extra cube. Okay, I feel that you do not trust me. Obviously, there is another cube. And there is also something else. I take out the manual. I just put it flat so that they can see there is nothing else in it. And I say, yes, okay, that's true. But I've tried to learn a lot about the Rubik's Cube. So I talk about this, and I do the Hcube routine if I want. And I talk about the fact that there are champions from all over the world. I do the matching I need to do. It could be a matching from the right page in this case, because the configuration of the gimmick is on the left page. So I do a matching of a right page, or the routine with the matching of the right page. And in the end, I just say, but you say you've never been a champion. Do you know that guy? And I name a guy because I'm on the configuration of my gimmick is of a left page. And I can name a person of a country, but of an even page. So I have to say, I can say, for example, Ryland Lynch or Benjamin Lombard or Deji Robin. I can even as a spectator to think of a person of a country, but to think of a country, sorry, and just have to go on the left page. And then I said, this is strange because you tell me that you've never been a champion, but you try to be in the head of a cube champion. And what you did really remind me of Deji Robin style. And I go to page 20, which is the page of Deji Robin. And when I'm on it, I say, whoa, that's strange. And I know Deji Robin is the orientation DB, so orange blue. I show the cube with the orange blue orientation to say, are you sure you've never been a champion of anything? And show that the configuration they put the cube in is the one of Deji Robin. So what's funny in this presentation is that at the beginning challenge the spectator, and at the end he goes the power back because he really managed to be in the shoes of a champion. So this idea was given to me by discussing with Matt Baker. So thank you, Matt, for this idea. There is another idea that I've developed, which is called subliminal. And subliminal is you have the same setup in the bag with the gimmick that is open with the configuration of a left page configuration, and a shuffle cube that can be put inside this gimmick. And there is the another solve cube, and you've got the Hcube book test. At the beginning of the routine, you will just say, okay, I just want you to do you know what we call subliminal images that our brain sees but not eye cannot perceive it. Okay, just have a look to something like this. I just want to show you something. This is you can take off the bookmark to make sure it works better. Okay, is there anything that goes into your mind? No? Sometimes we underestimate our capabilities. I just want you to shuffle a cube, so you give them the Rubik's Cube that will go into the gimmick, and just try to shuffle it the way you think it's the best for you. Now you've just seen the book, so they shuffle the cube, and once done, you can give them 10 seconds or 5 seconds, never mind. You take back this and you put it into the gimmick, and you say, okay, now what I'm going to do, I just want to have a last look. Okay, I just have a last look to what you did. And you take out your solve cube and you ask the spectator, okay, I will try something more difficult because it's more complicated. I'm better at shuffling than at solving cube, so I will try something. You know, with this book, I've tried to learn how the configuration works, and I will try to do something. Let's go. And you do the matching and doing the Hcube algorithm, and you do the false move to be consistent with the fact that you shuffle things. And you say, okay, I think I'm here, and you have a look to the cube you've just mixed, and you say, I just want you to do one extra thing. And you take back the book, take out the bookmarks, and just open the book wherever you want and put the bookmark in it. Okay, and they put the bookmark and you say, okay, do you know why you opened the book at this page? No? Okay. I told about subliminal images and the fact that we are able to do things that we underestimate. Just try to do you know why you make this shuffle? Because what I did matches a page on, seems that it matches the page on the book. What page on what page did you open the book? And the person opened the book on the page. If you see that they look on the left side of the book, or you can force them to look on the left side, but if they go on the right side, you can say, just before you give me a name, do you want to go +1 or -1 to make sure that they go on the proper side of the book? But let's imagine they are directly on the left side. They say Dimitri Virdukov. You say, okay, that's interesting because what I did, is exactly the configuration of that guy. So you show your cube, you orientate it properly. Dimitri Virdukov, it's orange, green. You show that it matches, and you say, but what's more strange is that my cube matches your page, but I didn't try to match the page at the beginning. What I try to do is to match the cube you put into the bag. And then you take off the cube of the spectator and you show that everything on the cube matches what you've got in your hand. And that's what you do with this gimmick. You can show that everything matches, and you say, that's funny because you thought that you didn't get any page, but you get the page, you made a shuffle, and you pick the proper page while putting the bookmark. And then if you want, you can stop here because it's a pretty impressive thing for the spectator. And you put all the power again in the end of the spectator. What I like is to put the power back in the end of the spectator. And then if you want, you can prove that you can solve in the exact number of moves the cube. And because both cubes are in the same configuration, this is obvious for them that if you solve your cube that is the same configuration as theirs, this means that the other cube can be solved the same way. So this is an extra idea, or two extra ideas I wanted to share with you that can be done with gimmicks, so RD360 or Hcube. Hope you will enjoy it and have fun with it. We're at the end of this video series. Thank you very much for your trust, for purchasing this project. Thank you to Marchand Truc and Mindbox for believing in this project. I also would like to thank my friends from the Smart Bastards Collective and the BMC team who helped me think about all these things. Calix and David who helped me to push this project further. I would like also to thank my wife and children who helped me to control this book, and a special thank to KFJ who helped me to find the proper translation of the book in English, to have the element in the title to work properly as a cheat sheet for you. So thank you very much again. Hope you will enjoy this project and see you soon.